All right. So, can you guys hear me? Yes or no? I can hear myself, but can you guys hear me? Yes or no? Let me know if you hear me. And then as soon as you guys verify that you guys can hear me, uh, we'll get to talking. All right. And I'm gonna pretty much break down the genesis of all of this, of how it really happened. A lot of people have theories and things of that sort. But brother Idol Killer, God bless you, my brother. God bless you, brother Idol Killer. But anyways, a lot of people have theories on what happened. I would say that I've had somewhat of a personal relationship with this brother, and we spoke about this stuff some time ago. And I'm gonna give you guys what I believe happened, because I pretty much covered this from the beginning of time, right? From the beginning of when this started to happen. Now, there's a couple of things I need to address because people are blaming me and Ruslan because they're saying that Ruslan and myself platformed him and therefore we caused him to stumble and ultimately leave the faith. Okay. So that's the narrative. I'm not going to say who the person is. Ruslan knows who it is. I know who it is. Don knows who it is, right? We all know who said this, right? And there's another person that was trying to kind of spread the narrative that it was my fault that Don left, right? And there's been quite a few people that try to push that narrative, and I think that's unfair. So this is not. I'm not here to clear my name because I honestly don't give a darn what anybody has to say about me in regard to that topic. The only reason that I'm doing it is because now this is going so dang far that they're now saying Ruslan is responsible. And before you know it, all of YouTube is going to be responsible. And I think that we should put a stop to this and you guys should get proper context to what the heck happened. Okay. So the debate is no longer going to happen. The other party canceled. It is what it is. Okay. But I might do other things. But let's focus here. Okay. Here's what happened with Young Don. Okay, here's what happened with Young Don. I'm gonna tell you guys what happened. You heard it here. Young Don may join, give us a little update. I texted back and forth with the guy, and you know, it is unfortunate. You know what I'm saying? It is unfortunate. Okay, so okay, everybody is full of baloney. You know what I'm saying? And here's what I mean by full of baloney. We have the people that believe in once saved, always saved, trying to prove young Don was never saved to begin with. You have the Catholics saying that if Don would have joined the one true church, he would have never left. Okay, but people leave Catholicism all the time, all the time. So that theory doesn't work either. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry if you're a Catholic and that hurt your feelings. It doesn't work. People leave Catholicism all the time. Uh, Somebody said you losing weight, JP. Yes, sir. I've been doing an incline, 15 incline 1 hour. It works. You burn 900 calories for 15 incline on the treadmill. 15 incline, 1 hour. That equals 900 calories. I've been doing that, and it has been working. So, there's that. You could see my jawline a little bit coming in, and so yeah, that's what I've been doing. So thank you for noticing, brother. Yeah, thank you for noticing. Yeah, so I recommend that for anybody that's trying to lose weight. 15 incline, and yeah, so 15 incline. So 15 incline 1 hour. But please, fellas, don't distract me. Okay, don't distract me with this one. All right, because you guys know I'm very easily distracted. Very easily distracted. Okay, so, oh yeah, and then the free graces are full of crap as well. So everybody's full of crap. The free graces are full of crap. The once saved, always saved crew is full of crap. All you, the Catholics are full of crap. Everybody's full of crap. Everybody in Christianity in this aspect is full of crap because everybody says, everybody has a theory. Oh, if he was really truly elect, he would have still been saved anyways. Okay, whatever, man. Once saved, always saved. Had they been of us, they would have remained. Bull crap. You know what I'm saying? That's not what the text says. And then the Catholic Church people, oh, if he would have joined the Catholic Church, he would have still been saved. But there's a hell of a lot of people leaving the Catholic Church, so that doesn't hold water either. Okay? All right. So who do we blame now, right? Well, let me give you guys some context here, right? So in the beginning of things, this guy, young Don, came into Christianity. He became a free gracer. Okay. He met a particular guy from another server that I used to be associated with, right? We'll call him Caller, right? We'll call him Caller, right? He was cool with Caller. Caller talked him out of free grace. I used to be on that Discord, and me and Young Don became friends on that Discord. We formed a am I cutting up, by the way, fellas? Am I cutting up? Let me know if I'm cutting up. Am I cutting up? Or am I good? Because my computer's tweaking a little bit, but I don't know if I'm cutting up or not. So let me know if I'm cutting up. If I'm cutting up, then I'm gonna have to restart this whole thing. Okay, we're good then. All right. So there we have the situation, right? And I have a relationship with Don, up and down, obviously, because I used to the brother was a Trinitarian. He ended up leaving the Trinitarian stuff, and then he came back to the Trinity, right? Um, but I'm going a little bit too quick because Don might actually join this live stream. But let me make this nice, sweet, and short. Here's where people are blaming me and blaming Ruslan, right? They're blaming me because apparently I platformed the guy. Well, let me be very clear. I didn't platform anybody. He platformed me, if anything. The guy was getting millions of views. What do you mean I platformed him? So that's out of line. That's out of character. Okay. Young Don joined my platform to help me out because Young Don was my friend and he wanted to help the platform grow. So he would join on from time to time to do a debate or two. Right? He debated some Hebrew Israelites. He debated things when he was on the other side as well. When he was anti-Trinitarian, he joined my live stream and he joined the Trinity debate. And he joined it when he was an anti-Trinitarian. So that narrative is very disgusting that he left the faith because he was a baby Christian. And being a baby Christian, essentially, I enabled him to be a teacher. And therefore, it's my fault he left the faith. That's very disgusting. So, the individual that said that, you know who you are. All three of us know who you are. You're very disgusting for saying that. Okay. You're very disgusting for saying that. Okay. All right. Somebody said that you treated him as a teacher when he wasn't. No, he was a heavyweight. He was a heavyweight. Young Don is one of the best debaters I've ever seen. I'm sorry to say it. The man demolished a few Hebrew Israelites that gave Christians trouble. The brother was one of the greatest debaters I've ever seen in my life. All right. I'm not running away from that. Okay. Was he ever a biblical teacher? I never said he was a teacher, but I stand on what I said. He's one of the greatest debaters that I've ever met in my life. That man was nasty. He knocked out the top Hebrew Israelites by himself. By himself. You gotta know, you gotta know how to debate. You know what I'm saying? To do that. Okay. So I said he was a debater. Now, here's where the issue lies. Okay. Now, here's where people blame me. People say that because I introduced them to a guy that many people call a cult leader. I'm not gonna say who the cult leader is. You guys probably know who I'm saying, but to protect his identity, I'm not gonna say who he is. Okay. So here's how that happened. Let's get something straight. Okay, let's get something straight. Before Young Don met that cult leader, he was friends with Kingdom and Context. Okay, now I'm only saying that he's a cult leader, not Kingdom and Context, but the cult leader, because that's what people call him online. So I'm only saying what people call him online. So if he's upset, don't be upset at me. You know that's what people call you. Okay, people call you a cult leader for whatever reason. They say you run a cult, etc. Whatever. Okay, so that's what people call you. You know what I'm saying? Deal with them. I'm only reporting the news. Okay. If you type in this person's name, there's a bunch of people calling him a cult leader, David Koresh, all this crap. Okay. So let's just leave it there. All right, let's just leave it there. All right. So, anyways, I was setting up a debate, and around this time, he was friends with somebody named Kingdom and Context. Kingdom and Context. Now, Kingdom and Context believed that you had to be under the law of Moses to be saved, or that you have to observe it. And he was an anti Trinitarian, and he believed God was made out of water or something along those lines. Okay. Now, Don was already cool with that guy. So I was trying to set up. Now, I believe that's the timeline. I could be off a little bit by a couple of weeks or months. But yes, 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 that is exactly what happened. So anyways, these guys were cool. Kingdom and Context and Don were cool. So I set up a debate with Chris, Don, and I believe it was Bryson Gray. Yes, it was Bryson Gray. And through that debate, the well, let's just I guess the cat is out of the bag now. It's Chris LaSala, right? Everybody said Chris LaSala. So I guess the cat is out of the bag. So I set up a debate with Chris LaSala, Young Don, and uh and Bryson Gray. Could have been Bryson Gray. Shoot. Yeah, it was definitely one of those three. I'm probably mixing it up, but I think Bryson Gray was definitely in one of those. Okay, Chris was there. It was me, Bocab Malone, and another brother. Uh, everything and everything New Testament. So Chris LaSala and Young Don became acquainted because I introduced them because I was setting up a debate. Okay, I was setting up a debate. Chris wanted to be acquainted with Don, and Don already rejected the Trinity at that point in time. Okay. So he already rejected the Trinity. So the narrative that perhaps he was in sound doctrine and then I gave him over to the devil, that's not true. Okay. Um, he already rejected the Trinity and believed that we were under the law. Okay. And all of these things. So when I was setting up a debate, they became acquainted. And that's that. Okay. That's that. All right. So that's what happened there. So if you want to blame me, go ahead and blame me, but I'm not taking the blame. All right. Now, throughout this time, I was friends with Don, but his pastor, Chris, okay, so Chris essentially helped Don leave the law. Okay. So Chris LaSala helped young Don leave the law. So young Don was no longer a person. I mean, I could write a biography over my ninja. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Don, you should pay me to write you a biography, my guy. I'm saying writing you a whole biography, my brother. And I do say the N word in real life, by the way, fellas. I just don't say it on camera because I don't want you to guys to stumble. But I do say the N word. You know what I'm saying? I do say the N word. I'm from New York City. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't say it in front of all people because some people are gonna stumble. You know what I'm saying? Some people's gonna get hurt. But when I'm with my boys, I say it. And I'm gonna say it again. I do say the word. This is on record. Anyways, I just wanted to make that clear just in case I ever slipped. You feel me? But back to what I was saying. So, regarding Young Don. So Chris Lasala helps him to leave the law. So he's no longer under the law of Moses, but um, you know, but unfortunately, young Don gets persuaded to take his family over to the compound that Chris has. Okay? So that's what happens there. Now, this is all public record. Now, for those of you guys that believe, oh, wait a minute, um, wait a minute. You're saying Chris LaSala is a cult leader? That's what people call him. Just look on the internet. It is what it is. You feel me? People call me a lot of things. Okay, people call me a lot of things. There we go. See, look, somebody says he tells me that word all the time. Absolutely. But Ovaya, does it make you stumble, my brother? Because if it does, you let me know. Okay. So, anyways, so he gets persuaded to go to this compound, and Chris kind of removes Don from talking to me. So it's almost like Don and me were cool, but Chris was kind of persuading him not to talk to me. And okay, I get it. You know what I'm saying? You don't want me to intrude on your church. Okay, fine. All right, fine. All right. So see, this brother doesn't stumble. Okay. So he eventually ends up leaving. I try to call him on the phone and persuade him not to, but I got to do it in such a way. I have to do it in such a way that it don't sound like I'm telling him. You feel me? Because I know Don's personality. Okay. Now, Don is now an agnostic who pretty much doesn't believe in God at all, really, right? He's an agnostic. But many of you guys don't know, and this is public record because I've said it before, that young Don was gonna become what he is now a few years ago, right? Or a year ago. My timeline's messed up. But there was a conversation that I had with him where Don was pretty much about to leave Christianity altogether because of some of the doubts that he has now. And I called the brother Alex, and I called him in a three-way, and we answered some of Don's questions because Don has some issues even back then. Okay, but we held them off a little bit, right, through the power of Jesus Christ, right? Um, but this was something he's not lying when he said that from the beginning of Christianity, I had questions and doubts and all these things because there were things that he was talking to me about, the not like just not believing the Bible and its whole thing and things of that sort. And this was some time ago. This is all public record, by the way. I've talked about this before, but I took down every live stream. Um, all right. So now the man goes to Chris's compound. I tell him on the phone, I said, brother, let me pray for you before you go. I say, let me pray for you. Okay. And so I I go, all right, bro, let me pray for you. And in the prayer, I was kind of like, Lord, if it's not your will, that Dom don't go. You feel me? Like I was kind of saying it in the prayer, but you can't really uh push brother young Don too much. Okay, so you can't really, you gotta kind of go lightly because he's a grown man. He don't want you telling him what to do. So I kind of, in that kind of way, other people told him. He goes to the compound. Okay, he goes to the compound. All right. He goes to this compound, and I lose all contact with Don. That's it. That's it. The man is pretty much dead. You know what I'm saying? In regard to relationships, right? Because the man disappeared. He went rogue. Right? So that was that. I think I was blocked on his channel at a point. That's it. All right. So he goes over there, he sees deliverance, right? I don't think I should be sharing this information. Yeah, this I should not be sharing. So let me just say this. I can't give you guys details to that because some of the things he told me personally. So he went to Texas and it wasn't what he thought it was. Okay, so he had doubts on what he saw. Okay, so there were doubts that he had when he went over there. The reason I found out was because after he had left, I made a live stream because Chris made a live stream saying that Don was not going to be a part of his conference. So I said, "Oh, if Don's not going to be a part of his conference, then that must mean that uh, they're no longer together." So boom, that's when I call young Don. I call young Don on the phone. I go, yo, yo, yo. No, he called me because I was gonna do a live stream. And he goes, JP, please don't do that live stream. I want to keep my life personal. I'm no longer there. That's that. Okay, cool. So then after that, he joins a am I going? Yeah, yeah. After that, he joins an early church community, right? Where they all believe in the early church. And they believe early church doctrines and things like that. And he picked up a particular doctrine where he believes that you cannot be remarried under any condition. So if you end up getting a divorce, you cannot get remarried unless it's back to that spouse. Okay. So he picked that up. He came on this live stream. We spoke about it. And that ended up being one of the things that he said on his video that really caused him to stumble because he said out of his own mouth that his mother was remarried and that would mean that his mother's going to hell. Because if you're a Christian, you get divorced and you remarry, right? Um, and then you leave the faith. No, 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 you don't leave the faith. If you're a Christian, you get divorced and then you get remarried, you're on your way to hellfire because you can't do that as a Christian. Now that's up for debate, right? Divorce and remarriage is up for debate. I wouldn't take one extreme over the other. I'm more centered. I've said it on the record. I think that there are circumstances which one can get divorced and remarried, and I also believe that um there's I don't believe the early church was infallible, so I don't believe that. Right? The early church seemed to believe. I seem to believe, reading some of the things, that the early church did not believe in divorce and remarriage unless your spouse died, right? Under any condition. But I don't think the early church is perfect. But regardless of the fact, you know what I'm saying? That was one of the things he mentioned. And I remember he came on here and I remember he came on here and brother Ruslan is texting me real quick. Hold on. All right. So anyways, I remember he brought this up. I brought him to the platform to debate people on that topic. And I agree with this brother here. That doctrine actually does bring people into bondage. Okay. So there goes that. And he will join on my channel. Then he joined my channel. He debated Corey on water baptism. I think Corey lost that debate, quite frankly. Um, Corey believes you don't even have to get baptized at all. Um, so there's that. So yeah, so there goes that. So I think Don knocked Corey out on that one. It doesn't mean Corey's a bad person. Doesn't mean Corey can't debate. I think that water baptism debate, I think Don had the better of Corey. I still do not agree with Corey's interpretation of the scriptures when it comes to baptism. To say you don't have to get baptized at all ever as a Christian, like you just don't have to do it, that's a stretch too far. And if you think I'm lying, go look back at the video because I have the debate on the record. Right? I asked Corey straight out. And so yeah, I think that's too far out. And Don called him, I think, a heretic or something like that, or said that you're wrong. Like he said it. So I think Don knocked Corey out on that one. And this is what I mean with Don, right? I'm on the record. I think he's one of the best debaters I've ever met in my life. I'm not gonna take that back. I have a lot of friends to say that. Ruslan says it. He said it to me personally. My lady said it. You know what I'm saying? She wanted a shout out, so gotta give the quick shout out. But my lady said it. A lot of people say it, right? He's a great debater, and I think he's still a great debater. But anyways, let's fast forward. So there's a live stream that the brother Don does, right? Young Don does. And in the live stream, he's kind of blaspheming God, right? He's kind of blaspheming God. So this is the live stream everybody was hitting me up on. People were blowing up my phone. I mean, people. I mean, let me tell it to you this way, guys. People I ain't talked to in months. People I ain't talked to in, I don't want to say years, but it is 2025. I think I met Don late 2023. I don't recall, but it was months. Now there were people that were hitting me up that I haven't talked to in a long time. Yo, cover the Don thing, cover the Don thing, cover the Don thing, cover the Don thing, cover it, cover it, cover it. Don left the faith. I was doing live streams that had nothing to do with Don. I'd do a Q&A and somebody would ask me about that. And so I was like, you know what? Let me make a quick statement on my second channel, but it wasn't on my second channel. Like I made a live stream on it. It was more so I just said something. I was like, yo, I know young Don left the faith. I'm praying for him, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that was the first time I addressed it online. But I gave the brother a phone call. Instead of doing a live stream, I gave the brother a phone call. Okay. I gave the brother a phone call. I shot him a text message and he picked up the phone. My eyes got very teary. I said, you know what? This is this might be his last opportunity. You don't know. You know what I'm saying? And I was able to talk to the brother. I prayed for the brother, gave him a word of encouragement, and I told him I'm there. I said, brother, if you ever need to talk or anything like that, hit me up. And I'm gonna be seeing Don in real life, in the future, in person. Right? We're gonna grab a bite to eat with another YouTuber that's more famous than I am. You know what I'm saying? I'm not famous at all, but Don and this other YouTube, they're mega superstars. I'm just a regular layman. You feel me? So out of respect for the privacy of the other party, it's not Ruslan, so leave Ruslan alone. There is another brother, um, who I'm gonna be hanging out with that you guys all know. If you subscribe to my channel, you know who he is. Okay, that's all I can say. And we're all gonna hang out, grab a bite to eat as humans. And I told Don that. I said, Don, this isn't no intervention or anything like that or anything like this. I said, now somebody said my loyalty clouds my judgment. What did I say that clouds my judgment? Other than I called the brother and prayed for him. Okay? I called the brother and I prayed for him. And guess what? After I did that, I told Don, I said, Don, there's an elder I have in my life that I want you to speak to. And Don spoke to that guy. And he spoke to Don and he prayed for Don. And guess what? Don has calmed down. He's chilled out. Right? I saw his Twitter. He's not crashing out. Right? He's chilling. Like he's not a Christian, but he's chilling. And he's receptive. You know what I'm saying? And the brother has been hurt. The brother went through a very tough situation. Brother has been hurt. Um, and can we technically say it was my fault? In theory, I guess one can try to make that argument, right? One can try, but the reality is that I hold open live streams here with everybody. And that's just the reality. I host debates, people meet people, people debate people. There are people that have met on this platform and became best friends after, and I didn't even know. And there are people that have met on this platform and they've become enemies of each other. It is what it is. It happens when you run an open platform. Should I stop the shows? No. Right? I'm not going to stop the shows. I'm not going to stop. Even this man has been on the platform. Mr. The Beats, this man is 0-40 on the platform. The Beats, he ain't win a debate on this platform ever. But it doesn't mean he's a bad person. It just means he's a bad debater. Okay? So, everybody's welcome on this platform. You feel me? And so the key here is this. The key here is pray for Don. You know what I'm saying? Pray for the man, keep him in prayer. And the brother did want to join this live stream, so let me send him the link. And we'll chat with him for a little bit. The brother can express himself. And then we're closing up. As a matter of fact, what we can do is you guys in the chat can ask him a question if you guys like. So you guys can ask him a question. So what we can do is that Don can express himself, but I will allow the chat to ask him a questions like in the live chat, and then we'll end it with that 30 minutes. So let me send Don a text message real quick. All right, hold on, give me a second. Said he wanted to come by for a little bit. All right. So I reached out to Don, sent him a text message, and if he comes by, he comes by. So that's that. And that's pretty much it. All right. Somebody said, does anybody have any questions regarding my story or anything like that? If you do have any questions, tell me now because I don't plan on talking about this anymore. I just had to address a couple of things just to set some things up straight, I would say, and then just leave it there. Somebody said that he leave Christianity. Yes, he did, but you keep him in prayer and may the Lord bring him back. You know what I'm saying? Correct. No slander will be tolerated if Brother Don comes in here. No slander will be tolerated. You guys can ask a question and he will answer that question. If he answers that question, then that's that. You know what I'm saying? Do I think Hebrews 6:446 applies in this case? No, not in context, because the Bible's clear that someone can depart and they can come back. Right? Hebrews 6 is saying you can't come back if you're trying to seek atonement under the law because there's no atonement under the law. So you can come back if you drop the if you drop the law and come to Christ, you can come back. So the very nature of Hebrews, the context of Hebrews is Jews who have left Christ and are now back under the law. So if you're under the law, there's no atonement for your sins. You're done, you're cooked. And you can never reconcile yourself back with God if you're under the law. So that's it. So yeah. Um okay. Will he have let me see. I see a couple of questions. They blame Ruslan because that person said that Ruslan platformed him, and therefore, since he platformed him, he led him to you know, he led him to what it is. All right. You think an atheist who rejects God altogether is good? Brother, anybody can do good things in the totality of things, right? Nobody is good. Christ is good. And we are made righteous through his blood. So the question doesn't make much sense, right? To say Don is good or a bad person, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't that's of no relevance, right? We're all bad. It's Christ who makes us good. Okay, so we're all bad. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay. Yes, he left the faith. He left the faith. I'd say he's an agnostic. You know what I'm saying? Um, she said I'm a female, JP. Well, sister, you should get something a little bit more feminine, a little bit more feminine, That looks like something that you know. Um all right. I'll wait 5 more minutes. I could wait 5 more minutes, see if Don pulls up. He said he was gonna try to come by. If not, I'll open up the platforms. We could have a conversation. And then we'll get out of here, my good friends. We will get out of here. Because I wasn't supposed to stream tonight. I got a couple of things, a couple of debates, a couple of things going on. So yeah. Somebody said, "How old am I? How old do I look? How old do I look? All right. How old do I look? So let me know." Somebody said they all played their part. I don't know. I can't take responsibility for this one. Um, I don't take responsibility, right? Like the man did what he did. And life goes on, right? I make mistakes all the time. I make mistakes all the time. I'm responsible for my mistakes. You know what I'm saying? I met William, I met Sam Shamoon. Why am I not a Catholic? Right? So, leave it there. You feel me? Like that's it. So, yeah. No more than 28, 28. Somebody said 40, 45. That's crazy. 48, 30, 28, 55. What? 35, 30, 30. With the hat, 25. Hey, 31, 31. Bro pushing 50, 32. 19, 19. 55, 35. 63, 26, 28, 15, 25. All right, so we got 25 at no, we got 15 at the lowest. The average here is 28. So people are saying I'm like 28. No, I'm 32. Okay, so I'm 32. So yeah, 32. You know, gonna make sure I hit that gym. And make sure that I get myself nice and good. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said 27. Yeah, so there you go. There you have it. 32. You know what I'm saying? 32. Okay, I'm 32. So I'm not 40. I'm not 55. I'm not 25. Um, yeah. So all right, there you have it. Cleveland Street Preachers. Hey JP, God bless you. God bless you, my brother. God bless you. All right. I guess let me give Don a phone call and see if he's coming. If he doesn't come, then I'll open up the chats and then we can get the heck out of here. If nobody joins when I open up the chats, then I am out. I might hit the gym, hit a little workout. Um or maybe I don't hit a workout. Maybe I just you know, homie said I got broke got old man energy. Hey, listen, man. Listen, man. You gotta take it easy in life. You know what I'm saying? You gotta take it easy in life. If you guys watch how I used to stream a few years back, if you guys watch how I used to stream a few years back, I was very, very hyper. You know what I'm saying? I was very, very active. I was screaming. I was hyped. Now I'm chilling. You feel me? Cause ain't nobody worth me stressing over. Like ain't nobody worth that. Ain't nobody in the world worth stressing over. I'm gonna talk like this, and I'm not getting it any higher than that. And that's it. I'm leaving it there. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it. You know, Alton, I don't got that energy anymore to do NBA videos. I don't have that energy. You know what I'm saying? I don't have energy to do NBA videos because I'm not hyped anymore. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Yo, I never seen so many disappointed people when people saw me in real life. There was there was an event with God Logic. Radar was there. I was there. Life was there, and we were all hanging out. And people saw me in real life, and they were kind of disappointed. Like, dang, JP is not that enthusiastic. The brother is melatonin. I was just like kind of like, hey, God bless you. Hey, God bless you. Hey, God bless you. And that's how I was doing it. So people got disappointed. It was like, well, dang, we thought a little bit more energy than that. So that's unfortunate, fellas. That's just how it is. But you would have met me 2, 3 years ago. You would have met me 2, 3 years ago. Oh, so this is why Don hasn't joined the live stream. All right, let me call the man now. Let me call the man now. See, this is the man. This is the man. But before I call Don on the phone, before I do that, okay? Somebody said, "What changed?" Now, this brother and I, we're gonna be hanging out with David Wood and Vocab Malone soon. So pray that it's a good fellowship. We're gonna help them out, do what they gotta do because they gotta do a couple of things, recording wise and things of that sort. So this brother here is gonna hang out with us and help us out. I'm gonna help David Wood out record or whatever the case. Vocab Malone's gonna do his thing. So shout out to this brother. I keep telling y'all, man, this man is next up. I keep telling y'all, this man right here is up next, man. He is the next Hebrew Israelite killer. In fact, come summertime, I'm gonna try to do a 2-on-2 debate with this brother right here. 2-on-2 debate at the park. I'm gonna hit my guy Tazariak up. All right. So somebody said, "What changed?" Oh, that was this brother. See, brother? See, that's how hyped I am about this, brother. Brother, what changed was is that I used to go to sleep with high blood pressure, brother. Because I used to be crazy on the internet. I used to go off at people, scream at people, bro. I used to go off. But then I'm like, wait a minute. Why am I go off? Like, why I gotta go crazy? Why I gotta scream at this person? Why I gotta do that? Now I get hyped sometimes, but not all the times. I'd be chilling. Because that's just life. In life, you just gotta chill out. You feel me? Life is too short. You know what I'm saying? Even when my lady pisses me off, all of her friends go, wow, JP is such a chill guy. You know what I'm saying? JP is such a chill guy. I am very chill. But if I would have met my lady 3 years ago, right? I would have met her 3 years ago. It would have been a very ugly relationship. Very, very ugly. So that's just what life is. You just got to be a chill man. You got to be a fair man. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I get to have a lot of conversations with Catholic, Orthodox people of other worldviews because I'm chill. I'm chill. And so that's that. All right, that's that. Did you see Radar and Tobia, brother? Before everybody knew, I knew, brother. I knew. I was told to keep it hush hush by the chief himself. I was told. They said he essentially said, JP, you got a big mouth. So hush hush is what the chief told me. And so I just kept it quiet. You feel me? I just kept it quiet. So there you go. JP, you found the one, bro. I don't believe in the one, my brother. I don't believe in the one. Like the one, like God has the one for you. I don't believe in that, my brother. She will never piss you off. Women are perfect in every way. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I know that meme. That meme with the guy dancing. Oh my god. Yeah, come on, y'all fellas know what I'm talking about. Y'all young folks, y'all know what I'm talking about. Oh, don't do it. Oh my god. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Come on, fellas. Y'all gotta know y'all memes. Y'all gotta know y'all. Come on now. All right. Drop a one if you know what I'm talking about. Come on, fellas. Like, I know we're Christians, but live a little, fellas. Live a little. Live a little. I mean, come on. You guys should know these memes. All right. Let me give the brother a call. All right. Don said, hold up a moment. Give me 1 second, fellas. I will be right back. JP, why do you keep talking to Tazariak? I can't talk to Tazariak? I can't talk to him? Where did we get to in a world where I can't talk to certain people? I can talk to whoever I want to talk to. Let's get that straight. All right. Smart Christians channel reached out to me real quick. Let me read this statement. He said, "Are you telling people that I blame you for Don?" That's not what I said. I said everyone who gave him the added belief that he was a teacher has some culpability, but ultimately it's Don in his true heart that's responsible. So that's what Corey said. Okay, so Corey said that he didn't say that I'm at fault, but I think he did say that in okay. So let me be very clear. The man said he didn't say that, but he did cast aspersions my way because he said I platformed him and said Ruslan platformed him. So give me a second. Let me pull this up. All right. So I'm not calling the man a liar, but there must be a loss. We must be lost here. Okay. So give me a second. Okay. All right. So there must be some confusion here. So let me address this. Okay. Let me address this. Okay. Let me address this real quick. All right. Find. So that's the transcript. Okay. How the heck do you find how do you find the live oh no no I need this transcript right here. Hold on, give me a sec. Give me a second. It would really be terrible if I have to watch this whole live stream again. Okay? It'll be very, very terrible. Very terrible. Okay? All right. Rule. I mean, he mentioned Ruslan by name. I don't know why he's not popping up. Let's see, JP. Okay. There we go. I found it. All right. There we go. There we go. Okay. So this is what the man said. Okay. This is what the man said. All right. 4K. Hold on. Can you guys see my screen? Okay. Hold on. Let me make the screen bigger for you fellas. There we go. There we go. All right. So this is what he said. Okay. This is what he said. All right. Dang it. Sorry, fellas. I'm trying to figure out the correct format. This format looks funny, though. Why am I cut up in half like that? All right. Whatever. Whatever. All right. So this is what he said.
He'd be on JP's channel. He not Don wanted to be a teacher, and other people put him on platforms to help him to discover his teaching chops.
All right. So there you go. That's a load of bull snap. That's a load of bull snap. But that doesn't mean that's his opinion, and I don't judge the man for his opinion. Okay, so I didn't do that for that purpose. Don didn't do that for that purpose. That's a load of baloney. But that doesn't mean that Smart Christians is a wrong is a bad person. It just that's his opinion. That's what he perceived, and that's what it is. But I have a right to say that's bull snap. I have a right to say that, right? But again, that's his opinion. Doesn't mean he's a bad person. Doesn't mean any of that. He's a very nice guy. He's a very nice guy. You know, nice glasses. But that's a load of bull snap. So I would say that's bull snap. That's not the reason that um you know um you know that's not the reason that me and Ruslan um platformed Young Don. And again, it gets a little complex because how am I platforming a man that has a billion more subscribers than I do? If anything, he platformed me. I and I did not platform Don because I believed he was going to be a great teacher or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? I have an open platform that's welcome to all. All are welcome on this platform. Did I say something GAY? If I said something GAY, please let me know. Okay? Did I say something GAY? Let me know, fellas. But anyways, that was that. Me and Don can, I mean, not me and Corey can agree to disagree there. I'm so sorry, fellas. I'm trying to figure out how to make my screen big. There we go. All right, there we go. There we go. There we have it. Now, what happens if I share my screen? See? What the heck is going on, bro? Can you guys even see me at all? I'm so sorry, fellas. This is this is ridiculous. All right. You know what? We're leaving it there. I'll fix this some other time. I'll fix this some other time. All right. So now you guys see. Now, listen, I don't know Ruslan's heart. Okay. I don't know Ruslan's heart. So maybe Ruslan did that with that motive. You know what I'm saying? And maybe Ruslan did that with that motive. You know, but I can assure you that I know Ruslan, and Ruslan didn't do it for that motive. In fact, when Ruslan first met Don, he was trying to help Don out in a debate, in a Muslim debate. All right, so again, I run an open platform. Now, Corey is entitled to his opinion. So that doesn't mean attack Corey. It doesn't mean Corey's a bad man. And I say things regarding Corey that he believes is a load of BS. And so, you know, there you go. There you have it. What comes around goes around, right? What comes around goes around. So there you go. There you have it. Plus, I've said a lot of things about Corey that he kind of just turned a blind eye, anyways. So I guess we're even now. You know, I guess we're even. So that's that. Okay. All right. Um. Yeah. What the? What the? There we go. All right. There we go. All right. I'm texting Ruslan back and forth. So give me a second. Yeah, let me call Ruslan real quick because we got to address the situation. I'll be right back. All right, I had to call Ruslan to set a couple of things straight. You know what I'm saying? Um, you know, it's a very tense situation around here. You know, had to make a quick phone call, man. I had to make a quick phone call. You know, fellas, I had to make a quick phone call, man. Had to make a quick phone call. All right, so Don told me to hold up, and I said take your time. So we'll see what the deal is with that. No, he said hold up. Don said hold up. Give the man some time, man. Give the man some time. All right. Give the man some time. Okay. Give the man some time. All right. And there's that. All right. Somebody said JP is ordering Uber Eats. That is just not the case. I'm not eating Uber Eats. Trying to lose weight here. Trying to lose weight. For those of you guys that said I was 25 and I was 28, I want to say thank you. Thank you. For those of you guys that said I'm 55, you better delete your comment now because I will block you for being a troll. So for those of you guys that said that, there you have it. Okay. Listen, man, I actually do have a full head of hair, believe it or not. I just cut it short. Mm. No way. I am not shaving my beard. I am not shaving my beard. I am not shaving my beard. Prove it. Absolutely not, my friend. Absolutely not. I got to get me a little shape up or something. I'm looking rough. See how my beard is looking rough? My hair is looking just as rough. Plus, I'll be going to DR anyways and getting my hairline transplanted. You already know. My hairline isn't bad right now, so it's bad, but I grow my hair out and I can cover it. But it's when my hair can no longer grow out, that's when. So I'm actually going to all right, that's suspect. You're getting banned. At least for the day. At least for the day. Okay. No, brother, I've grown out my hair. Let me show you, fellas. This is the last time I grew out my hair. Let me see if I can find you a little picture. The last time I had my hair grown out. Give me a second. Yeah, I am bald now, but I had my hair grown out not too long ago. See if I can find something for y'all. Give me a second. This was just last year. But if I combed my hair back, you'll see my hairline issues. So this is actually oh shoot. This is actually not really real. Um, you know, it's I'm covering my hairline with my hair. But there's gonna come a point where I can no longer do that. And so when that point hits, I'm gonna go get a surgery on my head. All right, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. So once it comes to the point where I can no longer cover my hair, once I can't do that anymore, this brother is as bold as a potato. This is a black potato with glasses talking about my forehead. This is a black potato with glasses talking about my forehead. Marlon, if you want to play the roasting game, we could roast, brother. We could roast. Grow your hair out, my brother. Grow your hair out. You know what I'm saying? Grow your hair out. You know? So witness protection. Brother, I mean people try to roast, like, come on now, man. Come on now. Like, if you're gonna roast at me, come correct. You know what I'm saying? Come correct. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm kicking my feet right now, gang. All right, bro, you're out of here. Any suspect comments? You're out. You're out. Okay. All right. Man, we kind of went down the weaves with this one. All right, we're gonna wait 10 more minutes, fellas. We're gonna wait 10 more minutes because we're getting a little out of control. I'm gonna have to add chapters to this one. How we go from talking about a serious issue to hairline. You know, Like we're gonna put a timer. We're gonna put 10 minutes. If Don don't come in 10 minutes, I'm getting the heck out of here, man. All right, we got 10 minutes. We'll wait it out. And we'll see what the deal is. All right, we'll see what the deal is. Let me hit him up one last time. And um somebody said, did Don change his YouTube name? Yes, he absolutely changed his YouTube name. He absolutely changed his YouTube name. There's that. Okay, so there's that. Yes, he did leave the faith. He did leave the faith. He did leave the faith. I covered this in the beginning of the live stream. Unfortunately, every live stream I host turns into a conversation about nonsense. So I'm gonna have to cut this all off. So I'm gonna all this nonsense we're talking about, I'm gonna cut it off, all of it. So I'm just talking right now. I'm chatting. I'm gonna wait 10 minutes. Don told me to hold up. But if you don't come in 10 minutes, I gotta end this because I'm not gonna wait along forever. Plus, I have to edit this and like I have to cut all of this off. I have to cut all of this off. Because we're talking about hairline. I mean, imagine some random person finds this on the internet, and then we're talking about hairlines and black potatoes with glasses. You know what I'm saying? So, brother, do you want to really get in a roasting session, brother? I don't know who you are, brother. You the guy with the ponytail, or you the guy praying for the ponytail, my brother? Say who you are, so I could roast you right now, brother. Reveal yourself, brother, and you got 1 minute. If you don't reveal yourself in 1 minute, I'm blocking you. Are you the man with the ponytail, or are you the man praying for the man with the ponytail? Because if y'all want to just roast, y'all trying to roast the man. So if y'all trying to roast me, so let's get it on. You know what I'm saying? Like if y'all want to play ball, let's play ball. So are you the man praying, or are you the man with the ponytail, brother? All right. This homie said I had a wig on. All right, now you're out of here, brother, for lying. They said I had a brother. If I would have got a wig, you think my hairline would have been that back, dummy? I would have got a wig that would have been lower, dummy. Come on, bro. So yo, I asked the man if he was the one praying or if he was the one with the ponytail. He disappeared. Ponytail disappeared. You see, this is what what these guys do, man. This is what these guys do. They roast you, and then as soon as you tell them, "Oh, where you at?" Now they disappear. We don't even know who it is because I don't want to roast the man with the ponytail. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to roast the man with the ponytail. So, Ron, who are you, brother? You the guy with the ponytail, or you the guy praying for the guy with the ponytail? And I'm about to roast the both of y'all, and y'all just gonna have to take that L. There's gonna be an innocent man that's gonna get roasted. So, who are you? Are you the one with the ponytail, or are you the one without the ponytail praying for the guy with the ponytail? Hold on, bro. The pony with the waves was me, brother. If you don't get out my face with that effeminate spirit, don't you know what the Bible says, brother? Bible says that it's a disgrace to have long hair like that, brother. You in sin. You in sin, and you seem like a street preacher too, my brother. Let me zoom in on this, brother. Let me zoom in on this. Now we're gonna. That's it, brother. Now this is a roasting session now, brother. This is a roasting session now, brother. You did it to yourself. You did it to yourself, my brother. Let me see. All right, let's see. Let's share the screen real quick. Let's share the screen. Now, this man right here, first off, your forehead ain't that small either. And that forehead only gonna get bigger with that ponytail. Come see me in a couple of weeks, brother. In a couple of weeks, this hairline right here is gonna be all the way back here. You got waves in a ponytail, my brother? Come on now, my brother. That man's praying for your hairline, my brother. That's what he's really praying for, my brother. So before you talk about foreheads, your forehead ain't that small either, my brother. And it's only gonna get worse. You get that ponytail, you got waves, that joint's only gonna get worse, my brother. So, brother, be humble, my brother. Be humble. Be humble. You know what I'm saying, brother? That hairline is holding on for dear life, my brother. And I see why you got some prayer, brother. You need that prayer. You need prayer, brother. You need it. Because that hairline about to leave you, brother. Whoever told you to do a ponytail, brother, you gotta cut them out your life. Whoever, brother, you gotta cut them out your life, bro. All right? JP, when we doing a 1v1 boxing match, brother, I'm not really boxing like that no more nowadays. I retired from boxing. I took some training. I retired. But if anybody attacks me on the street, they're gonna find out. You feel me? They're gonna find out. All right. All right. All right. So, anyways, what happened to Ponytail Man? He disappeared. Ponytail, what happened? This man said it's the angle. He said it's the angle. Come on, get out of here. He said, "Am I willing to box La Sala?" Nah. Nope. I am not willing to box that man. The man is a little older, man. It is what it is. You know. All right, let me open this up here for people to join. Um, brother, the man said he's coming. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe he stood me up. You know, like back in the days, you know, fellas, I've been stood up before. Ain't nothing new. I've been stood up many times, and I've stood people up. It is what it is. No, it is what it is. My feelings are hurt, you know? All right, but the StreamYard is open. So if you guys want to come in and talk in a more serious note, feel free to come in and you could talk in a more serious note. You know? Oh, never mind. There's the guy there.
Wow, bro.
Yeah,
Hold on. Wait. I said I was coming, bro, saying I stood him up. Dang, bro.
bro. I was just
Hold on.
saying,
Let
bro.
me fix my camera so I'm more in the shot.
No, yeah, for sure, for sure. I gotta fix my camera. So give me a second. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I know that
Where
was a
you at,
little.
bro? Yeah, how
Oh,
you doing, man?
yeah, give me a second. I have to fix this, brother. I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
This is bad. This is bad. This is really, really bad. You
What's
know,
up?
my lady, I gave my lady access to my StreamYard so she
Mm-hmm.
could make videos, and she messed everything up. All the settings, everything. This is terrible. You
I
know.
mean, ever since the garden, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they've been messing you up, right?
Not responding to that. Not responding.
Oh man.
Yeah. But Don, talk to me, my brother. Talk to me, my brother. How you been, man? How's life going, man?
I've been good, bro. I've been good. Saw that stream that young Corey put out, or old Corey, I should say. And did you address that already?
Yeah, so he essentially said, and listen, he's entitled to his opinion, but he
Sure,
said
yeah.
he said that I platformed you, Ruslan and I platformed you,
Mm,
because we wanted to push you forward as a teacher. Which when Ruslan and you first had a conversation, you were debating some Muslims and he was
mhm,
trying to help you out, if I remember correctly. And then when you came on my platform for the first time,
mm,
it was an interview.
mhm.
And so I was
Yeah,
interviewing you.
no.
Mhm.
I wouldn't say that you or Ruslan ever told me to be a teacher. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, really what I mean, I don't want to be too long-winded. You know what I'm saying? Like this really is behind me at this point. It is what it is. But I wanted to just come on real quick and, you know, I still rock with you, bro. You're still
Mhm.
my friend and all that. And really it's all love for all the people who I had love for before. You know what I'm saying? That's a beautiful thing that I will say about, what I'm saying, the difference between how the relationships go from the Christian to the non-Christian way. And it's not everybody, but like my friends before I became a Christian, even when I was like, yo, you need to repent, da da da, you're gonna burn in hell forever, da da da, all of that. You know what I'm saying? They still were like, you know what, Don, maybe one day I'll see it like you see it, but I don't see it like that. You're still my brother. I still love you. And of course, I always had love for them. I was never down, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you got it fixed up now.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I just really admired that. But I feel like relationships you make as a Christian, when one of the Christians fall away, a lot of people, they tend to like turn their backs and be like, oh, you know what I'm saying? It's like you see it in the chat, like, oh, Don was never solid. Like, you can see that there are people who are happy that I fell away. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are Christians that are happy that I'm out of here, and that's cool. Like, I'm it's all good. I'm just saying, like, from my end, like, I rock with certain people just because of who they are as a person, even though I don't see it the way they see it
This is
currently.
my
You
lady
feel me?
right here, man. She prays for you, brother. She prays for you. So she prays.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Let me tell you this, Don. So obviously, I believe that you went through some traumatic experiences. And I don't believe it, I know it. And I know what that can do to anybody.
Uh,
Anybody.
Look, I don't blame any of the experiences that I went through on my deconstruction. My deconstruction was entirely first. It just began with biblical inerrancy falling away. You know what I'm saying? Once I got to the position where I was seeing what I saw to be
Which
errors in the Bible, contradictions in the Bible, historical inaccuracies in the Bible. And I'm not gonna try and like get into that or debate
no,
or
it's
anything
funny
like
because
that.
we had that conversation. I don't know if you remember almost a year ago privately. Remember that? And you were
I don't
kind of
know.
in
We've
there.
had a lot of conversations.
All right. Well, that one I remember. And then I called you on a three-way with a brother, and we spoke on the
Right,
phone.
right, right. Okay, I do remember. You don't believe the Bible. You don't believe in biblical inerrancy.
No, no, no. I was calling you on the phone because there were some questions you had, and so I called that brother to kind of just walk
Yeah,
through
that
some.
was the law of Moses stuff, though. I remember
Yeah.
that. Hmm.
No, yeah. So I understand, my brother. I understand.
Yeah.
Let me
So
ask
that,
you this.
yeah.
Keep
So
going.
that's
Keep going.
really what happened. I mean, if you actually go and watch the stream where I started talking about it, because it wasn't planned to talk about my deconstruction. It really
Yeah.
started with just learning. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
zero
Let me
contradiction.
address
You just
this.
got that's fine. That's fine for him to believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you go and read books by biblical scholars with PhDs that point them out, at the end of the day, all you can do is look at evidence and maybe you'll be convinced, maybe you won't be. I was convinced. You feel me?
Yeah, real quick, Don, let me address this because I never said the Bible has contradictions. I said I spoke on the phone with Don because back then there were some things that he believed were contradictions, and I called the brother on the phone and we walked through some of those things. So I said Don was on this journey even back then. So that's
At that
that's all.
time, though, I don't think the issue was I thought there were contradictions. I still believed in biblical inerrancy. I thought there were contradictions with the doctrine that, what I'm saying, was going against the law of Moses stuff. But yeah, bro. But yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that I don't blame anybody else for my deconstruction. I don't church hurt. I have nobody to blame or anything like that, bro. It's just
Yeah.
all based on my own, you know, what convinced me, the information that was presented to me and what convinced me.
Let me ask you this.
Mm.
Is it out of the realm of possibility for you to come back? Is that out of the realm of possibility, or do you think that there are answers out there that can possibly convince you otherwise? Um, you know,
Yeah, it really just comes down to evidence. I just need better evidence. That's how I'm, I'm no longer operating from a place of blind faith. I'm operating from a place of what is most plausible and what has the strongest evidence. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So, yeah. But
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, another question I'd ask you there. So you said that there was nobody that you would say is responsible for you deconstructing. So those experiences did not play a part.
I mean, my entire journey was, the entire journey of all right, let me do it like this instead. Okay. Somebody says, "Hey, I want to give this Jesus a try." Right? I want to give this religion a try. Where do they begin?
Mm.
No, I'm serious. I'm asking you questions because
Oh,
that's a lot of yeah, I'm
you're asking
asking you.
a question.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question. Where do they begin?
What is what begin?
Somebody, hears about Jesus and they say they want to understand this. They want to learn more, right? Because that's really how this all started for me. Where do they begin?
Don, it seems like you tried to bait me into the debate.
I'm not trying to debate you at all.
You
I'm just
said that
trying
the
to.
last time, but
Oh,
I'll
okay. All
answer.
right, no, but this time I'll
So,
really try to make sure we don't. I don't want to have a contentious
okay, fair
conversation.
enough, fair enough. So I
I'm
would
I'm
say,
asking you genuine questions. Where do they begin?
okay, so I believe that we preach the gospel, and when they hear the gospel, they make the decision to accept Jesus Christ or not. I would say it's contingent on that relationship with Christ. Is that what you're asking?
No, what I mean is you understand that there are many different doctrines that
Oh yeah,
bear the
absolutely.
title of Christianity,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
Okay, somebody says because that was the position that I'm in, right?
Okay.
I was like, you know what? I want to give this Christianity a try, and I realized that Christianity wasn't, a superficial thing. That there were a myriad of beliefs and doctrines and theologies and things of that nature. Where do you start?
Oh, well, where I would personally
No,
start
no,
is the
yeah, where would
gospel.
you recommend
Yeah,
somebody start?
I would start with the gospels and Jesus Christ. So I would go there, and I would like to
So
see.
you'd say you would start with reading the Bible. Is that what
Sure,
you mean?
the gospels to be more direct. The gospels.
Okay. Now, what happens if somebody reads the Gospels and misunderstands it? And how would he know that he has misunderstood it?
I believe that that's when conversations, debates, and these things should be had because there are people that believe contrary to what I believe. But you have discussions, you have dialogue, you have debates, and I think that's why that's so important to have conversations. So there are people that believe. You mentioned this Calvinism,
Mhm,
um, once saved, always saved, free grace, right?
mhm.
Why do they all come to a different conclusion than I, right?
Right.
And we all believe differently. Well, I believe that that's when we should come to the table, put our pride to the side,
Mhm.
have conversations, healthy discussions, put the evidence out there. And I believe that pride, right, plays a big factor to why people come to their opposite conclusions.
So you believe that there's one group that has it perfectly right and everybody else is just filled with pride and that's why they don't believe properly.
I would say that we're all fallible people and mistakes can happen.
Mhm.
However, right, when I said where I start is the gospels, right? So with the gospels, what Jesus did, what is the gospel? Did Jesus exist? Did what he go through actually happen? So that's where I would start.
Right. But there are three different, I would say there are maybe
Four.
four different major gospels, right? Right? You have the free grace gospel, which is just believe and you're saved, right?
Hmm.
You have the Calvinist gospel, which is that God chooses you to be saved. You have kind of the Catholic and Orthodox gospel that says, and there's even variation in those groups, that it says there is no salvation outside of the church. Now I know that position has softened a lot both amongst Catholics and Orthodox over, the generations, over the decades. But go back far enough in history, they would say that there is no salvation outside of the church. Have you heard differently?
No, no, I think you're correct, and I don't think it's softened.
Okay.
I think it's
It
still the
just
same.
depends on which Catholic or Orthodox Christian
Correct.
you talk to, sure.
Correct. Yes.
And
Yeah.
then, so that's a Calvinist, a free grace, and then there's the fourth one, which is that says, there is salvation outside of the church, any one specific sect, but it involves repentance, and even that gets subdivided into one that says, oh, you have to get baptized, and then there are those that say you don't have to get baptized. What matters is repentance. Those are four different gospels at the end of the day.
Yeah. I would say that at the logical conclusion,
Mhm.
those could be four different gospels. And the reason I say that is because this is where I would say I show some level of grace. Because to the Calvinist, I always say, unless they're operating like the logical conclusion, I think they're good. So if there's Calvinists in the world that are saying, oh, everything's predestined, everything's decreed, God already chose his, then I would say that at that logical conclusion, I would say that there's danger, right? But Calvinists aren't like that. They spread the gospel to everybody. They give the gospel, even though in their minds they say, "Oh, I'm just doing it to do it,"
Mhm.
but they're actually doing it, right? Now, in regard to free grace, I would say this. I would say that for free gracers, if they're not at the logical conclusion, I think there's grace. What do I mean? If there's a free gracer that believes you cannot lose your salvation, fine. But if they're like layman who says you can be a practicing homosexual and still make it to heaven, and that practicing homosexual is saying, I'm a free gracer and I'm good, that's the logical conclusion. And I think he's toast, right? But if you're a free gracer that really loves Jesus, shows all the fruits of the Spirit, I would say that there's a level of grace. Then you mentioned Catholics, Catholicism. Catholicism is a different beast. I've been reading into Catholicism, Don, and there's a lot of issues I see there with the glories of Mary and things like that. And so I'm kind of digging deep into Catholicism, and I can give you a better answer. But in regarding to Protestants, I would say there can be some differences, but as long as it's not at the logical conclusion, I believe that there's grace as long as they're doing what God commands them to do.
Right. So the point I was making though was that you can read the gospels, right? You said start in the gospels. You can read the gospels and you come to different conclusions. I said, so how do you know whether or not you're wrong, right? You read it and you think you understand it. How do you know whether or not you're wrong? You say listen to debates. Don't you think there are people who listen to debates and end up walking away with the wrong conclusion at the end of that
Yes.
debate?
Absolutely. I'm saying for me, what I do is I have dialogues, I have conversations, and I'll research the information because at the end of the day, somebody is wrong, right? So if somebody is wrong, right, somebody has to be wrong. So if somebody is wrong, and they're pushing their doctrine. Either they're deceived or they're full of pride, right? And so, therefore, that is why it's important to read the Bible for yourself, interpret the Bible, exegesis, harmonize the scriptures, and have discussions so you can sharpen each other up in that regard. Like, for example, Don, I think you know that the Bible's clear on baptism, right? What it says. Now, you're not a Christian anymore,
I
but
don't
we
yeah, look, for me, I would tell you what the early church believed about baptism. I could tell you what the early church believes, and personally, I believe that there are competing theologies in the Bible and competing doctrines in the Bible. I
Which
think
one do you think that is? Do you think
I
do you
mean,
think
I don't yeah, I'm not like, you know, trying to get into like a a
the
lecture or
weeds?
anything of that nature. I mean,
Mhm.
there are books by, PhD accredited biblical scholars who go over these things, and so I invite anybody who wants to investigate these things to read the perspectives, the point of views of experts who have been studying this thing for a long time.
And
And
I agree,
yeah,
like, you
and
should
so
go ahead.
yeah, but you know, really, I just wanted to come on here and because you invited me on here, and I said I would come on, and so this really is like I have nothing against Christianity. I have nothing against religion. I think that for a lot of people, it works for them. You know what I mean? Um, and so that's great. I'm not inviting anybody to deconstruct or anything of that nature. You know, this stream was kind of prompted by Corey's stream. You know, we said, "Oh, let's hop on and talk about it a little bit." And really, the major thing I wanted to talk about was the irony of Calvinists. Although Corey doesn't call himself a Calvinist, he has a watered down version of Calvinism. You know, Calvinists on one hand want to talk about election and predestination, but then when someone deconverts or deconstructs or doesn't believe in the first place, they want to blame it on the individual, on not the fact that God's sovereign grace does he, you know, you were an elect. God didn't choose to preserve you. Or didn't choose to bring you to the faith in the first place. You know, he didn't call you, whatever the case may be. And I just thought that was hypocritical of him. But you know, if
Uh,
you don't want to dwell on the Corey stream, then you know, it just is what it is. The information's
Let me
out
say
there.
this. Let me say this. That's why for me, I agree with what you said, right?
Mhm.
But that's why for me, I just look at the end of the day, I tell this to Calvinists, right? I go, the last thing you should be doing when somebody leaves the faith is saying they were never saved to begin with, right? Because now you're trying to protect your doctrine. Don't say that. Say,
I mean,
okay, look,
it's fine. I don't care. You know,
no, I
I
know
don't
you don't
think.
care, but
Yeah.
just for the audience, I would say, look, if somebody leaves the faith, say, hey, I'm praying for them that may the Lord have mercy on their soul, right? And I pray that they come back. Um, it
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. You're talking
yeah,
about what would actually be like loving Christian etiquette.
correct, correct. Instead of saying, "Oh,
Right.
well, this person's a son of Satan demon," who
Mhm.
was never saved in the first place, and that's where I would say that I cannot speak for Calvinists. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And not all Calvinists are like that. Let me be very clear. But
Right.
what I can say is this. You know what I'm saying? You have a choice. You made a choice,
Mhm.
and I pray for you so that God can give you clarity, or answer the questions that you have. Because I believe I've said it, and I don't know if you saw in this live stream, but I said I think you're one of the best debaters out there, and I believe God has.
You're too kind. You're too
No,
kind.
no, I have receipts. I see what you did to certain individuals. It's on the channel, right? Like it's on the channel. So, I'm not lying, So I think you have gifts. I think the Lord has called you for certain things. You're going through a rough time, and it is my job to pray for you so that the Lord can give you those answers. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
I
I don't think I'm going through a rough time. I think I'm actually having a great time now.
correct.
I feel unburdened by, you know, a lot of things that I just don't think are true anymore. Things that I was burdening myself with because I thought they were true and I don't. And
Oh, yeah, and I also agree that Christians should read other materials from other people. So, for example, Bart Ehrman, I've
mhm,
listened to some of his stuff, and some of his stuff is hard to swallow. Like I go, he makes a good argument, but I'll try to do some research, and I ultimately come to some conclusion where I can say, okay, this is an answer that suffices. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I do recommend read opposite materials. Don't just be in a bubble. I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah,
Mhm.
bro. Well, that's really all I had to say. I mean, if there was anything in particular you wanted to ask, anything specific, I could
It's up to
see what's
you.
up.
It's up to you. Couple of brothers wanted to come up and maybe ask a question, Marlon and Manuel, but it's up to you. You're on my channel, so
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, bro, like I said, like I this is something that I put behind me. You know what I
sure.
mean? Like,
Mhm.
and it just is what it is. There are better men than me that are debating these points. There are better men than me that, you know, could articulate these points far better
Yeah,
than I
no,
can.
for sure.
So,
But
there's yeah, if people want that information, then they need to go and do the work. They need to go and hear the other side of the argument like the Bible says to do, right?
mhm.
One side of an argument sounds correct until you hear the other side. Go and listen
I
to
was
the
gonna
other
say,
side of the argument
I
and
was gonna say
make good decisions.
I don't think it's from a theological sense. I think it's just regular questions. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, you can, yeah, bring them on, bring them on.
All right. So, and I'll make sure one question each. So,
Sure.
it's not a diatribe. You know. Um, all right, brother Emmanuel. Anything you want to say to brother Don? One question, one statement, because obviously for respect to the host.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't have a question, but I was just gonna say one thing, but I just got a question in my head.
No, no, no. You could
Um,
whatever it is. Just make it one thing. Though,
yeah, I
out of
got you. I got you. Don, if you don't mind, bro. Hello, by the way. Bear with me. Like, I'm sad, bro. I feel like crying right now.
Nah, okay, yeah. No, it's good, bro. It's all
Nah,
good.
like, bro, I saw your whole like journey coming to Christ, and it breaks my heart to see. Whether you care or not, I just want you to hear like my heart, bro, because I also feel like you ain't hear a lot of like the heart of Christ in your journey. And I've prayed for you. I've commented in your things. You've seen my comments before too, on your streams. But bro, my heart is broken. I do have one question for you, and then I'll say one small thing, and I'll get out of here. I'm not trying to change your mind or nothing, but what was your reason to come to Christ in the first place? Not like pressing you on coming to Christ, but
Yeah.
like, was it because, like, did you ever fall in love with Jesus, or was it for like knowledge? Like you're just seeking knowledge? Because I hear a lot of knowledge conversations, and I found these like things that didn't make sense, and I didn't like this or that, but like, did you ever fall in love with Jesus while you were doing this? You spoke about things that were like burden and hurting you, and just like you feel relieved to like release it. And I'm like trying to understand that so much, because like I come out of witchcraft, and I come out of like celebrity, like I lived a celebrity life, all of that, bro. Everything you're living, I've experienced all of, I'm not coming from like an ignorant place, and coming to Christ, that was like my relief, bro. Like, and I felt the religious part of Christianity and the legalism part, and the part that was like, this feels like a burden. And then the part that was like, man, I really just fell in love with Jesus. So like, which one was it for you?
Yeah, no, I definitely fell in love with Jesus, but I also wanted to understand what God wanted from me.
Yeah.
So that's the understanding part. Yeah, that was there, wanting to understand, have sound doctrine, right? The Bible says that well, really it says no heresies shall inherit the kingdom of God. And so I believe that there is a danger in being mistaken, at least according to Christian doctrine, right? You would say there's a line too far, right? Where you could be so mistaken that it costs you your salvation, even though you have a genuine um desire for Jesus and for God and all that. Or are you free grace? Or do you just believe in like,
No, I'm
oh,
not. I'm not free grace, but I think the distinction you just made it is, I would never say or think that a brother is in danger if they're genuinely seeking God, because only God knows our hearts. I know I've been wrong many times. I feel like I've even fallen into heresy. I've fallen into hands of false people because I had millions of followers. They wanted to come into my life immediately and tell me, I got you, and I'll be your spiritual parent, and I'll teach you, and I'll bring you under my wing. And I fell into, some bad places, some bad doctrines. And not for one moment did I feel afterwards like, man, I was on my way to hell. Like God removed my name, and I was set for hell. And now that I'm out of this doctrine, now I'm not. I don't think Jesus died for doctrine on the cross, but he died for us as people. And
so
so
what
that's
do you
why,
what do you what do
that's
you
why I asked you.
so
Like,
what about people? So for instance, you know that there are progressive churches, right? You know that there
yeah,
are churches that teach you can be a homosexual, right, be gay and go to heaven, right?
yeah.
What do you say about those people who are genuinely and earnestly putting their faith in God? Do you think that they too would be given that grace? They were just genuinely mistaken?
I believe that I mean, leaders we have to judge a bit different, or the Bible judges them a bit different. I believe that people could definitely be misled that way. Definitely I mean, I have friends who've come in out of so many different lifestyles. I know churches that teach witchcraft. I came out of witchcraft. You know what I'm saying? If I would have, and I fell into hands who said, yeah, you could do this and mix Jesus in it. And like I said, I didn't feel like I was caught in it, because eventually, if you're really here for the Holy Spirit, if you're really here because you love Jesus, like I genuinely love Jesus, I know that God will bring me out. The Bible says that once you're in Jesus' hands, nothing is removing you from his hand. So before even anything, because I want to give a chance to everybody else, all I wanted to say, Don, unless you have any other questions for me, is literally I feel burdened in my heart to tell you this, but God is not done with you, bro. As much as you want to say you don't care up here, as much as you want to whatever, there's a pain in you, bro, but there's also a freedom, a new freedom outside of just knowledge and the experience you had in Christianity that's gonna come for you, bro. And you're gonna have a new experience with Jesus, and you're gonna know him like you never did before. I feel that in my heart, bro. God is not done with you, bro. And I love you, man.
Hey, man. Well, I appreciate your kind words, bro. Y Oh, I thought he just hopped off. Is that
You
Idol Killer?
You know who I am, Don?
Bro, big fan, bro.
Are you
Big
serious?
fan. Yeah, big fan. I
See,
was listening to a lot of your stuff before I deconverted, because you're Orthodox, right?
I lean very strongly east. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a theological mutt, but yeah.
Yeah. I was listening to a lot of your stuff, and yeah, orthodoxy was my last like stop. That wasn't public, right? After I got out of, I put out a video some months ago about realizing, I shouldn't be teaching, da da da, whatever. I was like, where'd Marlon go? But anyway,
he has church.
dang. All right. Anyway,
Mhm.
yeah, I was like, so I was moving in private. You feel me? I was moving in private, and I was exploring orthodoxy for a few months, and I read what's it called, Sticks and Stones, or did
No,
he dip too?
no. He must be having some issues with his connection.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Well, anyway, yeah, man. Just
there he is. There he is.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. It kicked me.
yeah,
That
yeah.
was
You said you were studying orthodoxy in private, and then I
And
was out.
then the last stop on the train for me. That was the last stop on the train for me before I deconverted. Before I
So,
deconstructed.
so like I love doctrine. I love like debating. I love the intellectual side of Christianity. I love the historical. I love the philosophical. I like trying to figure out how these pieces work together. I have somewhat of an analytical mind, but I know I don't know if you're familiar with me. You probably know, like, when I was raised Calvinist, so I had like this very set. It was beautiful. It was very peaceful. Like everything was figured out, and I just had to accept it. And then I start reading my Bible, and I'm like, I'm wrong. Like this is awful. And I was on the verge of a crisis of faith, because I thought, well, if my beliefs about who God is are wrong, then the Bible is wrong and Christianity is wrong. And like I was on the verge, man. I had a toe headed to the water of atheism, because in my view, if Christianity isn't true, none of the other religions make sense. I was either going to be a Christian or a nihilistic atheist. Like there wasn't, Buddhism, spiritualism. I mean, I might as well go become like an anime isekai, reincarnation. Like that's all fun. It's fantasy. But for me, either Christ is raised and Christianity is true, or atheism is true and everything's meaningless. And so I had to start over, but I was willing to go wherever the truth led.
Warren, let me say something. For the chat, this will be the last conversation of the night. I gotta get going. Don is a husband, a father. Warren's a father. People got things to do, so this will be the last conversation because Don knows this guy. So carry on, fellas.
But I was just gonna say, I'm curious, Don, if I can reject 99.99999% of the Christian doctrines out there, right? I can be as liberal, progressive, I can be as legalistic as I want. I can reject all of it. But if Christ is raised, Christianity is true. And so that's the sure foundation. That's what Scripture tells us. Like, and the Bible tells us the standard. If he's not raised, our faith's in vain. So it's like, guys, pay attention. If
Right.
Christ isn't raised, what are you doing? You're wasting your lives. I mean, Scripture tells us that. So I'm curious where you land now. Are you still a theist? Do you still think that there is a God out there if it's not Christ, or are you more into the nihilistic, atheistic camp, or maybe you go more into like a hedonistic, like, hey, eat and drink and be merry, for tomorrow we die. Like, where do you find yourself as far as that trying to fit into the universe?
Yeah, I don't have any beliefs, right? I don't have any faith. I don't think things to be true that I cannot prove. You understand? So I am just going through the world and doing my best to think critically and make logical decisions based on the information that I have before me. You know what I'm saying? So even though for instance, even though I don't believe in eternal conscious torment, do you believe in that?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, what do you believe? You're an annihilationist? Or?
Yeah, I'm a conditional immortality guy. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Which also, there are many biblical scholars that say that, what's his name? Dave McCallan, right? That, you know who I'm talking about, right?
No, I'd have to pull it up.
Oh, he's a YouTuber. He's pretty popular, man. He's always doing those long videos where, he's a biblical scholar, white dude, kind of receded hairline. I would have sworn you would have seen him. He's so popular.
I might recognize him.
Yeah, but anyway, he just put out a video talking about the evolution of the doctrine of hell, and he's a biblical scholar and all that. And, he talks about how conditional immortality is far more biblical than eternal conscious torment.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm not, it's whatever anyone wants to believe. That's fine with me. So the point I was making, even though I don't believe in that, just through looking at evidence, looking at data, I see, raising children in a 2-parent household is the best thing for children, right? And so I don't need some kind of religious doctrine or the fear of hell being hung over me to see the very best thing I could do is stay faithful and committed to my wife.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's reasonable. It's intuitive. It's practical.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and also treating other people how you want to be treated. That is not a concept that was invented by Jesus. I mean, it's even in the Old Testament, right? To treat your neighbor as yourself. In fact, that I learned that while I was going through my messianic phase, that Jesus was actually quoting the Old Testament when he said that.
Yeah, Jesus was a Jew, and this surprises a lot of modern Christians. They're like,
right.
What?
Yeah. And so, and it's just normal. I mean, I see that kind of empathy being displayed between my 2 and 1-year-old, right? Yeah. It's not, you don't need a Bible to learn that, hey, you should treat people how you want to be treated, because if you don't like it, good chance they won't like it either. And so, yeah, so that's how I'm moving.
What do you think explains that universal morality, though? I mean, like, where do you think that comes from?
So I don't believe we see objective morality in the Bible, personally. Do you believe that slavery is objectively bad?
I think God is practical. So I think slavery is objectively wrong, but God is practical. Like, divorce is objectively wrong, but he's practical. Like, sin is objectively wrong, but he's practical. So he meets us where we are to pull us out of it.
So why then, if God is practical, why does he kill a man for picking up sticks on the Sabbath?
Yeah, I mean,
you see what I'm saying? Like, what's a bigger deal? What's a bigger deal? Slavery or a guy picking up sticks on a day that wasn't even apparently a big deal to God? It was supposed to be symbolic of something to come. It was supposed to be a shadow of what was to come. Yeah. Why does he kill a man for picking up sticks on the Sabbath, but he makes rules to regulate, selling your daughter off as a sex slave?
Yeah. Again, this would need to be like an episode in and of itself, really, because what we're talking about is like, why would God have rules on divorce? Why would God have rules on interacting with sin? And it's I think it all stems from His mercy and His goodness, but He's also it's not just about the individual, but it's also a big picture. Like we read that God is working all things together, so He's working our sin ultimately while He's being merciful to us. And as Christians, we don't see death, or we shouldn't see death, as necessarily equating to eternal damnation. So if a man picks up sticks and is killed by God, that can send a message to direct the sheep, so to speak, in a particular way. But that man could end up in Abraham's bosom, and so we have to have like an eternal perspective. That's a very high level response, but again, think of it as like you're directing kittens, really, and that's like the Bible talks about Jesus being a shepherd and us being dumb sheep, but really it's a lot like herding kittens. And so you're going, okay, well, I'm trying to accomplish this goal and direct these people and accomplish the greatest good I can, while keeping them as image bearers, because what God doesn't want to do is to mar His own image. That would violate everything that He stands for. So He's going to look to redeem, to heal, to restore. But I think what we're getting into is apologetics, and I could be entirely wrong on that, and Christianity could still be true. So, like, again, I think it comes down to the historical argument.
Responding to like objective morality, because if God is objectively moral and He's sickened by the idea of a man selling his daughter as a sex slave, why then would He permit that? Why I bring up the killing a man for picking up sticks, or even when the Jews came out of Egypt and they were worshiping an idol. I mean, if the idea why God allows you to sell your daughter as a sex slave, or the idea of why God allows you to own chattel slaves, right, people as property that you can pass on to your children, is because He didn't want to make too many changes too fast. He didn't want to be too I just don't buy that. Why? Because let me finish. Here's why I don't buy that. Because the Jews were coming out of a culture of worshiping idols, right? They were coming out of a culture of worshiping idols. What causes more harm? Trying to worship Yahweh through a golden calf, or selling your daughter as a sex slave? What do you think? Who do you think is the worst person? If you had a person today was worshiping an idol, let's say they weren't even trying to worship the God of the Bible, they were bound to an idol, and you had this one guy over here, and he sold his daughter as a sex slave. Which person would you say is objectively worse morally?
Oh, I mean, as a father, it disgusts me, the idea. Like you talk about, like Lot, even when the angels came in, and it was Lot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So he's like, hey, don't take the angels. Like take my daughters. I go,
right.
What sort of garbage is this?
Right.
And this is a man that God is delivering out of Sodom and Gomorrah. So He's dealing with imperfect people. So
well, the Bible calls him righteous. The Bible calls him righteous, even though he was willing to give his daughter over to a crowd to rape her.
And so what we're talking about, though, is not like moral perfection. Like that's not, when the Bible is ascribing righteousness to someone in the Old Testament or New, it's not that we're morally perfect and that we're like the standard of all things good. It's that we have faith in God, we're following Him, and we're being corrected along the way. So when Lot is called a righteous man, he's a man of faith, but he's also obviously a very troubled, faulty individual. So
but the point I'm making is that just reveals that, in my opinion, there is no objective morality in the Bible. We see morality change, right? You could have been a man that had multiple wives in the Old Testament and be seen as a righteous man like David, or now if you had two wives, it doesn't matter even if you treat both wives the way how you or I treat our one wife, right? But in every other way, you're a perfect Christian, but you just have two wives. Uh, the majority of Christian people would say you're not a Christian.
Yeah,
They
it's
would
a
say you're
culture.
living in
I
adultery.
think one of the things too is that we're equating cultural normative behavior and morality with like a divine standard. So David was a polygamist essentially. I mean, he had many wives, right?
And God gave him those
Solomon,
wives.
huh? And
God
God get and
gave him those
not
wives.
only that, Don, but God said, "What are you doing with Bathsheba? I would have given you more wives if you weren't happy with the ones you had."
Right.
Okay.
So does that mean God isn't, because I know you have some, unique beliefs. Do you believe then that polygamy is just a cultural issue? Like a
I
man
think that
could
it's
be.
less than God's. I think it's less than God's ideal,
Mhm.
but God allows it, just like He allows divorce, because He's more concerned with the individual than He is with like, hey, thunderbolts and lightning and being like absolute punitive. It's more about redemptive and restoration than it is about punitive. So
Mhm.
this is about God healing and correcting, and He's patient and long suffering and working with us. So He'll work with us where we are to avoid a greater evil and pull us out of it. And so
Right.
that's what I see. But I don't see that then entails a denial of a righteous standard or objective morality. It's just it's a demonstration of God being long suffering. So a Christian today could have multiple wives and engage in polygamy
Mhm.
and not be engaged in God's ideal, just like many Christians today engage in divorce and adultery and remarriage, and they're outside of God's ideal. But at the end of the day, God isn't going, okay, you had an affair, you got divorced, you're damned to hell. Instead, he's like, hey, I'm still trying to redeem you, pull you out of it. I'm being patient. I'm sending people to show you the love of God and call you back to myself. Because at the end of the day, Don, you're in sin, and my heart breaks. I'm talking like you as an individual, like
Sure,
not
sure.
you, but just in general. And I'm talking about me being God, right? So this is not you. I don't know you
Mhm.
at all. So like this is not a individual thing. But you, Mr. Sinner, are doing great harm to yourself, and sin is pleasurable for a season, and my heart is breaking, and I don't want to just come in and punish you. Like I could snap my fingers and flood the whole earth, right? Like God does have that ability, and he's demonstrated He can do that. He can create children up out of the rocks. But at the
Mhm.
end of the day, he loves his children, he loves his image bearers, and he's long suffering, and he's trying to pull us out of it. And what we'll do is we'll look and we'll go, well, look, you're working with us in the pig pen. That must mean then that you're okay with us being covered in pig feces and eating slop. And it's like, no, no, no. But I love you and I'm trying to pull you out of it. So that's how I see the heart of God in those narratives. That's the motive that I see in there, even though we're definitely seeing pig feces and slop and some nasty behavior from humans. And sometimes we'll go, well, God, it seems like you're not even handed. You're killing a man for sticks and telling David you'd give him more wives. Like, what's going on here? But I think that God is the great physician, and He knows the precise uh, treatment to deal with the greatest amount of good that He can in that situation. And if you read the biblical narrative, He's described as the potter working with the clay, and sometimes the clay mars in His hands, and He has to repurpose it. And sometimes it's compliant, and He's able to accomplish His initial intent out of that. But God is relational, and He's working with us, and He's getting His hands dirty while He's doing that. And so I think it's easy to say, well, this was an awful thing. But I think that the reason you're seeing it as an awful thing is not because of the culture we live in, but I think it's the universal morality. And I think the people back then, if you went to children in that era and you said, is this okay? They would be like, no. But over time we become jaded and we become corrupt. So I think there was a universal morality just like there is today. But I think sometimes culture and influences can anesthetize us and cause us to go into sin. But God loves us, and He's there working it out.
I appreciate that response. This is apologetics, and the art of apologetics is, finding ways to defend the faith. And so I appreciate that your response. It just doesn't convince me. I
Oh yeah,
believe, yeah, I believe like God I mean, he shows many times that when he's ready to lay down the law and make no exceptions, he lays down the law and makes no exceptions. So when we come across atrocities like slavery, selling your daughter into slavery, things of that nature, I just it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. If he wanted to, he could have. And how, this idea that God's hands are binded, like, oh man, if I take away slavery from them, then they won't be able to feed them. Aren't you the people of God? God will provide. You don't need slaves in order to, allow your nation to be sustained. Also, we know now from hindsight that slavery is a very ineffective way of economically empowering a nation,
Well,
right? It's not ideal. So
Let me say this real quick.
wait, hold on, JP. So let me finish. I'll just make this one point. So what we know now from historical hindsight is that slavery is both morally, objectively wrong, and it's also economically ineffective when compared to other models, even capitalism and things of that nature, free market capitalism. So God had every incentive. If he would have been helping the Israelites, they would have probably been richer, because look at what happened to America after slavery was abolished. We became wealthier. Israel would have become richer, and it would have been truly a light on a mountain, surrounded in a world that believes in slavery. In a world that believes in slavery, it could have been the exception. Oh, the Jews, they don't buy slaves. Oh my gosh, that would be such strong, compelling evidence for.
Are you familiar with the story of Onesimus in the New Testament?
Warren, before you say that, let me say this real quickly, and then I'll let you guys carry on.
Philemon?
Yeah, Philemon or Philemon.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hold on, fellas. Let me say this real quick, and then because I have to address a couple of things on the chat. Chat, for the last time, this will be the last conversation. Number two, let me respond to what you said, Don.
Mm-hmm.
There was never a point where Jesus or the Father or the Holy Spirit, right? Just clarifying. Let's just say the Triune God. There was never a point where he says slavery is good. He just regulated the slavery. So, culturally speaking, hold on, let me say this. Culturally speaking, that's what they did. God never said slavery is good. That's what they did with their free will, with their culture. Now, this presents another problem. If we're going to critique God because he didn't end slavery at that point, then we can critique God for not ending the atrocities that are happening now. But why do atrocities happen now? Why is slavery active today? There is still slavery today because there are people that have free will. There are people that have control, power, and things of that sort. And that is their culture, and that's what happens. There's evils that happen today. But because of free will, because men make decisions amongst themselves, that is why, and sin in particular, that is why so many atrocities happen today and so many bad things happen then. But what God does is that he regulates. For example, if you killed your slave, you were worthy of death, right? There were certain regulations and certain rules.
That's debatable.
No, it's what the text says.
It doesn't say that overtly. It just says
does.
you'll be.
Let me pull it up for you.
It says you'll be punished, but
No, it says if you kill your
Old
slave.
Testament. Wait, here we go. The laws that the laws regulating, as you put it, but it's God given permission for you to own slaves. Those laws are a part of the Torah. You would agree?
Yes, I believe that the
Okay.
laws and the Torah regulate certain things. Yes.
Okay. Well, both the Old and the New Testament says that the Torah is good, right?
Yes,
Everything in the Torah is good.
Yes, the Torah is good because the Jews were followers of the Torah, but us Gentiles, we're not under the Torah. So
Let me respond to that real quick.
Mhm.
So in the Torah, there is a law in how to deal with murder.
Sure.
that doesn't mean that it's an endorsement of murder. Right?
Wait, a law of how to deal with murder?
Yes. So if a man commits bloodshed, if he commits murder,
Right,
there is a prescription in how to deal with that man, right?
right,
If a man commits adultery, there's a prescription for how to deal with that man. It
right.
doesn't mean that that's an endorsement of what he's doing, but it's a way in which God is working with those people in that situation. He's dealing with sin and sinners. It's not a tacit endorsement of those things simply because it's there and there's a prescription in how to navigate and work through that.
Why
So
I think those aren't equal, not to cut you off, Warren, but why I think those aren't equal is because God explicitly says murder and adultery are bad in the Torah, right? And so he has laws that say, okay, if you commit adultery, stoned to death. And actually, there is no regulation of murder like, okay, this kind of murder is okay. We have the law for self-defense, right? So if someone is breaking into your house at night and you kill him, there is no blood on your hands. But if you seek him after the sun has risen, that is seen as vengeance, and now you are guilty of bloodshed. So that's the Old Testament, but it in no way says, okay, this type of adultery is cool, and this type of because the Old Testament explicitly said do not commit adultery.
right.
So it wasn't when God allowed polygamy, he wasn't regulating adultery. That wasn't adultery to have multiple wives. Whereas with slavery, he in no way says that slavery is bad, like how he says adultery is bad and murder is bad. He just says you may own slaves. In fact, if we go back to Genesis with Abraham, we see God giving Abraham slaves as a gift, as a blessing. He says, here, I'll find it for you.
Yeah, I would say again, we're dealing with prescriptions of how to deal with people in their sin, not a tacit endorsement. Just like God said, I would give David more wives, is not an endorsement and saying this is ideal and this is the way that I want it. It's I'm going to work with you where you are to prevent a greater evil. But if you look at the New Testament, which is what I was mentioning earlier in the book of Philemon with Onesimus, we have a very clear example of how Christians deal with slaves. It's not I'm going to mandate, and this comes from a Western mindset, and I mean like out of Rome with like Augustinian thought, and I'm going to mandate and use righteous persecution, and I'm going to legislate morality, and I'm going to come in and I'm going to use the sword of the state to subdue and make you convert. That's not really what we see in the New Testament. In the New Testament, we see God working with people where they are to reach a breakthrough in their heart and mind to get them into a right relationship with him and with others. So when Onesimus is caught as a runaway slave and he's in jail with Paul, he encounters the gospel. Now Onesimus has never seen the resurrected Christ, like you, me, or JP. None of us have ever seen the resurrected Christ. But there in prison, he encounters Paul. And he is so convinced of Paul's testimony about the resurrected Christ that he later, when he was persecuted and executed, he became bishop of Ephesus. That was an elevated slave that became bishop of Ephesus. But it was told that you are blessed to have such a wonderful and righteous bishop as you have in Onesimus. He was known as worthless as a slave. But he went back and he was now known as having value and worth. But he said, I was so convinced of Paul's testimony. I've never seen the resurrected Christ, but I am convinced of Paul's testimony, and I'll die for Paul's faith. That's what this runaway slave who encountered Paul in prison came to believe. He was so convinced of Paul's testimony.
That's outside of the Bible, right? That account?
It's in, yes, yeah. So he was so convinced of Paul's testimony that he converted to Christianity. He was willing to be martyred for the faith, but ultimately Paul sent him back to his master Philemon, which is where we get the name of the book. It's a letter.
Right.
This letter was so important to this runaway slave Onesimus that it's why we have it in the Bible. He kept that letter, and later he was tasked with collecting the writings of Paul, and because they were trying to figure out what we should include in the New Testament, what we shouldn't. He submitted that letter, and it was so important to the New Testament church that it ended up in our book. But ultimately, Paul sent him back to his master, and he said, I cannot He said, I could order you. I think this is a tenet we need to understand. Paul saying, I could order you as a elder in the faith to set Onesimus free, but I would be denying you the growth, the freedom, and redemption to do it of your own free will and out of love and the right. So it wasn't just about setting a moral standard, but it was about delivering both the slave and the slave owner. They're both in dealing with injustice because it's sin. Now, one is a perpetrator and one's a victim, but they're both ultimately victims of sin. And so in the New Testament,
Well,
this is about
I wouldn't say a slave owner is a victim of sin the way how somebody who is property and
no. They have the slave owner is not a victim of abuse.
right.
He's not a victim of mistreatment. That's
Right.
not my argument. He's a victim of sin.
Mhm.
He is harming another image bearer of God that does harm to himself. He doesn't know it, and he sees it as a good thing. Hey, look, I've got all these slaves, I've got all this wealth, they're obeying me. But he's a victim of sin. So I'm not trying to equate them as equal in
But
mistreatment.
but don't you believe that owning other people as property is evil?
Yes, if depending
So
on the way that we're terming this, there is a concept in the New Testament where we're now slaves of Christ, we're servants of Christ, and we're called into that servants to be good and faithful servants. And even in the New Testament, it's like, hey, look, where you are when Christ called you, there remain. Now, slaves, if you can obtain your freedom, Scripture tells us, do that. That is good. But honor your master, because by your obedience and showing Christ to him, you'll save the slave owner. And it's a backwards world, Don. It's an
no, but
upside down system. It's about saving both the slave and the slave owner, because ultimately God cares about his image bearers more than about a political injustice, because ultimately those
it's
injustices
far
will
more
be
than a
redeemed.
political injustice, though, because the whole, I mean, slavery in America, that happened because of biblical slavery. What I mean by that is the Christians. Do you believe America was a Christian nation at its foundation?
Not really, no.
Okay, all right, fair enough. A lot of Christians do believe so, but
I mean, we had deists, we had Christians that were here. I mean, America was founded in rebellion, and it was founded by rebellious Protestants who were in rebellion. And we had Protestants rebelling against the historic churches. You had the American founding fathers rebelling against their government. And so it was founded on a spirit of rebellion and independence. Now, there have been good things that have come out of that, but had a Christian nation redeemed their nation by way of submitting, like we see with the slaves in Onesimus' story, we
But
could
we
have.
don't see Onesimus being freed by Paul's command, right? Or because Paul says being a slave is bad. I think we see that if we turn to First Timothy chapter 6, right? As you quoted earlier, right? It says explicitly that your slave owners are believers and beloved, right? Paul did not see any conflict, any contradiction between owning slaves and being a Christian, but he saw a contradiction between, having sex outside of marriage.
I mean,
Like,
he called and asked Philemon to set Onesimus free, but he said, "I'm not going to command it because that would be robbing him of the growth and maturity of being able to
I
do
mean,
that."
you'd have to point that verse out to me. I don't see a verse where he explicitly asks Philemon or Philemon, however you pronounce his name, to set Onesimus free.
Yeah, and I may be referencing things that are historical and
I
not necessarily in the passage.
I
So
think
let me look and see, because it's been a while since I've done a study on it.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's how a lot of modern Christians like to interpret it and read that book, because there is not a single verse in the Bible that disavows slavery. And when I said, "Oh, American slavery is a result of Christian slavery," because at the end of the day, Christians made up a majority of the Americans who moved here, right?
Let me read this. He says, this
Wait,
is Paul.
if I may,
Okay,
just
sorry.
finish this thought,
Sure.
right? And so initially, they did not want to baptize the slaves because they weren't sure that you could enslave a Christian. So one, they acknowledged that slavery was bad. And the Bible acknowledges that slavery is bad. Why? Because the Jews were forbidden from enslaving one another. You could do 7 years of indentured servitude, and then you would have to set them free and give them a little parting gift while you're at it. So God acknowledges that slavery is bad. He acknowledges that the Jews were being, treated poorly in Egypt as a result of them being enslaved. And so the Bible, it's not that the Bible doesn't say slavery is bad. And so we're like, those were just the times, that was just a culture at the time. Everyone thought slavery was cool and God was working with it. No, God said, at least in 2 ways explicitly, that slavery is objectively bad, because he said the Jews being freed from Egypt, and you're not allowed to enslave your Hebrew brother. But then he says, but the Gentiles around you, you can have them as slaves. And then when Paul comes around in Timothy, he says, look, if you have believing slave owners, obey them all the more. Why? Because they are beloved brethren in Christ. Why does not Paul say, if Christianity truly is anti-slavery, then why doesn't Paul say, what are y'all doing? Give these men their freedom and pay them a wage. Have them live with you. Whatever happened to, right? That's the crazy part. Because in the book of Acts, we see what? Sell everything. Sorry, that was just my wife. I just want to make sure.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah. We see in the book of Acts, the Christians are commanded to sell everything, and everyone is supposed to share amongst one another. But yet, almost like a communist kind of vibe when you really break it down.
It kind of does bring up that communal.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if Mark this, but definitely communal.
Yeah, right. Almost that kind of vibe going on over there. But then, so why doesn't he say, what are you doing? What, these dudes aren't your slaves. We're all brethren in Christ. You release them, because slavery is objectively wrong. That is not a pot. That is not a shoe. That is a human being who should have the freedom to go and come as he pleases, right? And should not be subjected to beatings in the instance that you are displeased with them. And the early church verifies that. We have several early church fathers who speak to the importance or the necessity of sometimes you got to beat your slave, right? So we see evidence of that within Christian history. He had no problem with slavery. And to bring it back,
I wouldn't say that God had no problem with slavery, but clearly, as you noted, he has rules against it. So there's clearly an objective standard against slavery, but he's working with them where they are. But I want to pull this up real quick with Onesimus, because you'd asked about this.
Okay.
So this is the plea for Onesimus. Now,
Warren, you're not sharing your screen, brother.
I'm not sure. Oh, you want me to share my screen? I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought that's what you was trying.
You'd think I've done this YouTube thing a few times, but I should know better. Can you see that now? There you go.
Mm-hmm.
A plea for Onesimus. Now, Onesimus basically is a play on words. It means useless.
Mm-hmm.
So when you get into the word study, basically imagine being a slave and your whole life being called worthless, right? So Paul says, I appeal to you. He's writing this to Philemon, Onesimus's slave owner. Now, Philemon is a Christian. Onesimus flees Philemon, runs away, and encounters Paul in prison. And there he comes to faith by way of Paul's testimony. He's so convinced that Paul saw the resurrected Christ that later he's willing to die for that. But Paul says, I appeal to you for my son, Onesimus, who I fathered.
Wait, you're saying Onesimus ran away and came to Paul, who was in prison?
He was caught.
Okay. He was arrested and thrown.
He was arrested, and they just ended up. Some would say by circumstance.
I just want to be on the same. Yeah, I just want to be on the same page. Yes, I agree.
So he ends up getting thrown in jail because in Rome, if you ran away, it was punishable by death. Like you could have your life forfeit if you ran away. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, they would leave that up to the master. But here he says, I appeal to you for my son Onesimus, this slave, whom I fathered in imprisonment, meaning I led to faith, who previously was useless to you, but now is useful both to you and me. I have sent him back to you in person, that is, sending my very heart, whom I wanted to keep with me, so that in your behalf he might be of service in my imprisonment for the gospel.
So, okay, what do you think he means by that?
Well, let me read this whole statement, and then we'll come back and analyze it.
All right, okay.
So he says, but I did not want to do anything without your consent, so that your goodness would not be in effect by compulsion, but of your own free will. For perhaps it was this reason that he was separated from you for a while, that you would have him back forever. No longer as a slave, but more than as a slave, a beloved brother, especially to me, but how much more to you both in the flesh and in the Lord. If then you regard me as a partner, accept him as you would me. But if he has wronged you in any way or owes you anything, charge that to my account. I, Paul, have written this with my own hand. I will repay it. Not to mention to you that you owe me even your very own self as well. Yes, brother, let me benefit from you in the Lord. Refresh my heart in Christ. So here, I'm going to take this off if you're okay with that.
Sure, yeah.
So basically, what Paul is saying is, I encountered Onesimus in prison. I led him to faith in the Lord. And Onesimus even vouches for this himself. He's like, I have faith in Paul. And then he's essentially being sent back to his master, and he has this letter from Paul. And Paul is saying, I could ask you, I could compel you, I could demand that you set this man free, but I would be robbing you of the goodness of you maturing to the point where you recognize this is the right thing to do. And so Paul is basically saying, like, look, I'm imploring you, I'm not commanding you. And so I want to look at that standard that we see here, where Paul is saying, I could command, but I would be robbing you of the opportunity to grow of your own free will, to know the right thing and to do it.
Now, do you think if few things? Do you think if Philemon, how do you pronounce his name? Philemon,
Philemon,
okay,
Phil,
if Phil,
Phil.
if you think Paul discovered that Phil was a thief, do you think he would command him to stop stealing? Or would you give him, say, you know, I want you to figure out whether or not you want to stop stealing, and giving you an opportunity to, you know, I don't want to rob you of the goodness of spiritual maturation. And so if you want to keep stealing for a while, I'll let you keep stealing instead of commanding you to stop stealing. I think the Bible
the
shows
whole of
us
the
that.
law, we're told by Christ, the whole of the law is this: to love God with your whole heart and love your neighbor as yourself. So I would argue that command is already implicit, right? But we're
It's
having
not,
people
though.
violate it. So what Paul is saying is, you're violating this standard, and I want you to realize that by your own free will, for your good and for your brothers.
See, how
I
I
don't see them
interpret
as at
this,
odds. I see them as complementary.
no, I think they are. I think what we're seeing here is evidence that Paul is pro-slavery. If we were able, if you still have it up on your screen, if you could pull it back up just for a short moment, this is how I interpret this passage. You know, if you pull it back up, right? So here, Paul says, da da da. He says, okay, so at verse 12, I have sent him back to you in person, that is sending my very heart, whom I wanted to keep with me, so that in your behalf, as your slave, he might be at my service in my imprisonment for the gospel. And so he would operate as Paul's slave, because he doesn't see Philemon as a human being that isn't owned by somebody else. He understands that he belongs, not Philemon, Onesimus. He understands that Onesimus belongs to Philemon, and he is his property. And Paul is saying, look, I could pull rank. I could, you know, use the fact that I did all this stuff for you to say, hey, I'm gonna keep him. And he's basically serving you through serving me. But in nowhere here is he saying that it's wrong, that he should have just written a letter and say, I'm giving Onesimus his freedom. I've told him to walk free because you know that uh, slavery is wrong. But he doesn't believe slavery is wrong, and he believes that Onesimus belongs to Philemon. And so he has to either send him back or say, okay, stay here and serve me as my slave. And so that's what I'm seeing here. But like I said, I think Timothy, First Timothy chapter 6 makes it incredibly clear. You can be a beloved brother in the Lord and be a slave owner. I don't think anyone would argue that you could be a beloved brother in the Lord and be a homosexual and be a thief and be an adulterer and be, in fact, you would be regarded as being outside of the church. If we take a look at the book of Galatians, it talks about how, anyone who does these things, right, shall not receive eternal life.
Yeah,
so there is no compromising for those things. So
I don't want to get on too many rabbit trails, and I don't think you're doing that intentionally, Don. So, but I understand there's like a big picture, and you're trying to touch on these things, but I don't want to get too lost in what we're discussing here.
right.
So when you said that Paul is saying, "Hey, I want to keep him as a slave," he's saying, "Look, no, I'm sending him back not as a slave, but as a brother. He wanted him in his service as a brother to aid him, just like Timothy or any of the others. This is why he was elevated to bishop." So Paul isn't saying, I want your slave. He's saying, I want you to set this man free because he's not a slave. He's a brother.
No, because the Bible says that there is no, I'm sorry, but we're kind of having a back and forth here. Not to, I'm trying to give you enough time to speak. But the Bible says that there is no slave, right? There is no slave, no freeman, no man, no woman in Christ, right? So, but he's not at the same time obliterating those distinctions. If I pull up that, right, there is no man or which one is that?
Are you talking about Romans 10 where it says there's no distinction between Jew and Greek?
No. There is no neither man nor woman. What verse is that? Here, I'll pull it up. There is neither man nor woman verse, right?
Galatians 3:28.
Galatians 3:28. And so when he's saying, I send him back as more than a slave, but as a beloved brother, he is not saying that, and this is my interpretation, and this, again, all of this could have been easily avoided by God just having one verse in the Bible, New Testament, Old Testament, wherever he wanted to drop it, all the better if it came out of Jesus's mouth himself, that, that slavery, owning other people is bad. Something approximating to that. But here in Galatians chapter 3, verse 28, there is neither Jew nor Greek, neither slave nor free. There is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ. And so Paul isn't destroying the distinctions of man or woman, right? He's not pro transgenderism or anything of that nature. But what he is saying is that on a spiritual level, we're all equal. But women, make sure you shut up in church and submit to your husbands, right? There's a difference between Jews and Greeks. And slaves, obey your slave owner, right? Obey your slave master, all the more if he is a Christian. So when he says to Philemon, oh, Onesimus, I'm sending him as a brother, I believe that's in the spiritual realm. He's saying, hey, look at him as your brother in Christ, even though he continues to be your servant. And
now, when Philemon got the letter, he didn't have your interpretation of that.
Okay, how do you know that?
He set him free.
How do you know that?
How do I know? Philemon. Did I spell it right?
Right.
Philemon. There we go. So ultimately, when Onesimus encounters Philemon, he falls on his knees and he apologizes to Philemon because now he's got a reformed heart. He's got a transformed heart.
Right. And where's this story? Where's this story?
Philemon sets him free. Let's
where's that story coming from?
Yeah, let's see. Let's go to the next chapter. Let's see. Uh-oh.
There's only one.
Is there only the one chapter in Philemon?
I believe so.
Yeah, I know it's a very short one.
Yeah, there is no. So I'm not sure where this Christian lore is coming from, But
Okay, well
would
that would
imagine,
be I did an in-depth study on this years ago. So
yeah,
there's actually the early church talks about this. So I apologize. I'm getting the scripture in the early church here confused. Sometimes I can do that. So what
sure.
happened is Philemon is encountered by Onesimus, who falls on his knees and apologizes for running away and says, "Look, I will serve you because I now am concerned about your salvation." And Philemon encounters Onesimus and raises him up off the ground, hugs him, weeps, reads the letter, and sets him free. Eventually, Philemon is made bishop of Ephesus, and he is martyred. So this is within church history. This is not. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Right.
I misspoke. It's not in.
Where is that coming from? What book is that from? What letter is that from?
Oh my gosh, I'll have to get that for you. I can send
Yeah.
that to you privately afterwards. But yes, so Philemon is setting Onesimus free, and Onesimus later has become bishop of Ephesus, and then is martyred. And he says in this famous statement, he says, "I've never seen the resurrected Christ, but I've seen Paul, and I will die for Paul's faith because I'm so convinced that he saw the resurrected Christ."
Yeah, I don't believe that happened. I think that's just a probably a made up story in a apocryphal work, piece of literature. The Bible says, "Let every fact be established by 2 or 3 witnesses." And so, if that's just one-off story, there are a bunch of stories like that in the early church. For instance, have you come across Papias's uh supposedly said that Judas, when he died, this is in Papias's writings, who is considered one of the earliest church fathers. In one of his writings, he says that Judas, when he died, he swelled up so massively that you couldn't get by him. He took up the entire width of a street, and you couldn't get by him, and his genitals became gargantuan and was oozing pus and maggots. This is an early church father that was articulating this.
And the early church also talked about how there was a guy who thought that the phoenix was real. But my point
And
with
that's what I'm
Philemon,
saying. This
right?
Philemon
But my
story,
point
for all
with
I know, it
Philemon,
could be
my,
another made up story to
no.
try and
But the
revise
point with
history.
Philemon is how we know that it ended up in the Bible, because it was a letter written by Paul to
Mhm.
Philemon about Onesimus, and Onesimus kept it because he loved Paul. And so
Sure.
when the order went out to collect Paul's writings to apply
Mhm.
them and see which ones should be preserved and saved, Onesimus brought that letter forward himself personally as bishop of Ephesus, and that's how we have it ended up in our New Testament. So this is
Mhm.
a fairly well attested thing within church history, which is how we ended up getting that letter in the Bible. So yeah, I apologize for saying it was in the book itself, but this is within the historical development of the canon. That's
Yeah,
how, because Onesimus handed that letter over.
right. So what I'm saying, oh, so you're saying Onesimus is the one who had that letter and not Philemon,
Onesimus brought it from Paul to
right?
Philemon. Philemon read it, set him free. Onesimus held on to it because it was him coming not only just to his freedom, but to know the Lord. He fell in
Okay.
love with Paul, who ultimately was martyred. And then Onesimus, when he had to go up, he said, "I haven't seen the resurrected Christ, but I have encountered Paul, and I'll die because I believe that man has seen the resurrected Christ." That's how we
Sure.
got the letter, because Onesimus held on to it.
Sure. And all that proves is that Paul wasn't against Christians freeing their slaves. You know what I'm saying? That's all it proves. What it doesn't prove is that there was ever a hard position until recently amongst Christians that slavery is bad. Slavery is objectively wrong.
Let's
And-
let's say all of that's true,
Mhm.
and for whatever reason we are upset and we don't like it,
Yeah.
and everything you're saying is 100% true.
Mhm.
How does that negate that Christ has died and raised again?
Well, the conversation started with us talking about objective morality. So
Mhm.
that's why we went to
But
the
I'm saying
conversation of slavery.
let's say that we're all upset and we don't like the way that God interacted with sinful humans in the past, and we think that he could have done it better.
Mm.
But what does that have to do with whether or not Christianity is true? Because in the Bible, it hinges everything on the resurrection of Christ. If he's not raised, our faith is in vain. So I'm asking, you could still hold your view that
Right.
you don't like the way that God dealt with sinners in the past and still
Mhm.
be a Christian. So I'm asking, what was it that triggered you or led you? I don't want to use inflammatory language. What was it that led you to then conclude, well, because I don't like the way that God is said to have dealt with sinners in the past, therefore Christ isn't raised?
Okay, so just to put a bow on the whole slavery thing, Genesis chapter 24, verse 35, the Lord has greatly blessed my master, speaking of Abraham. He has become rich. He has given him flocks and herds, silver and gold, male and female slaves, and camels and donkeys, right? And so this is kind of to turn it back around to JP, where he was saying, oh,
And that
God
was
is
Genesis. That was Genesis what? I'm sorry.
24, verse 35.
Yeah, the problem with that is this.
Wait, JP. You said that God doesn't give anyone slaves.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so why would God give someone slaves if he thinks slavery is bad?
Yeah, because again, the slavery that he gave to Abraham, it wasn't slave in the traditional sense, it was servitude. If you see the people that he had under him, they were treated very well. Abraham didn't boss them around. Abraham didn't abuse them. Abraham
Where's
didn't
your
beat
proof of
them.
that? Where's your
And they
proof
were
of that?
happy to be there.
Ebed is the term that's used in that passage that you cited, Don, and it means subjects, servants. It can refer to worshipers of God, prophets. It can respond to Israel. It can be a form of address between equals. It can
Also,
refer to
Warren,
Levites.
So
also,
that
Warren,
wait, you're saying that word does not also mean slaves?
No, it can be translated as slave, but what I'm saying
Right.
is I think what you're doing is you're seeing the word slave and you're assuming that is like equivalent with the American slave trade rather than a servant.
and also
No, it
there
is.
are
It is.
people.
I
Hold
mean,
on, let me say
that's
this.
why.
Let me
That's
say
why.
this.
Wait. That's
Hold on,
why.
let me say this because I
Wait,
have not
that's why the
told.
biblical. Hold on. That's why the biblical scholars didn't translate it as servant, and they translated it as slave. They knew that they had multiple options to choose from. They picked slave because they knew this was talking about people who are owned as
Well,
property.
it also
Which is
says
why-
in that same it says in that same verse, shifka, which refers to maid servant, or a slave girl. Can also talk about a speaker in humility. It can talk about belonging to a mistress. So it doesn't necessarily connotate like, that they were sold into cattle slavery, like with the American slave trade.
Warren,
I
let me
agree
say
with you. I
this.
think all slavery is bad.
Right.
Let me
I
say
just
this.
disagree that I think that God handled it appropriately at that time because he had a redemptive purpose and an eternal perspective. And it wasn't about, okay, well, I'm going to mandate. And I think we see that throughout both the Old and New Testament, that he's trying to transform hearts and minds and ultimately heal and restore rather than just mandate laws.
Let me say this to add to that real quickly. We also see in the Bible that people willfully gave in to this servitude for a number of time. So they weren't being abused and beat up.
That's not chattel slavery. Those were Hebrews who entered into indentured servitude. That's who that was
Correct.
for.
But
That
does the
was
Bible not call them
Gentiles.
slaves?
No, they're indentured servants. You are not allowed to make a slave out of your Hebrew brother.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm speaking of is that there were non-Jews who willfully entered into slavery, right? Because that was a form of citizenship, right? Eventually, and some of them would decide not to leave. Now, if slavery were so bad, why were there people that stayed? And they stayed because it wasn't the slavery where they were getting whooped like the African slave trade. So
That's not true.
clearly see
That's
a
not true at
distinction.
all. You have no evidence of that because one, for a number
Hagar
of
didn't
reasons.
stay.
I'm sorry?
Hagar.
You're
Yeah,
talking
Hagar.
about that would be wait. I'm a little rusty there. Whose wife is that? That I know that was don't tell me.
Starts
Was that
with an
Abraham's wife? Yeah, that was Abraham's concubine, right? That
Mhm.
Sarah gave him.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, it took me a second there.
No,
That
yeah.
apostate brain starts to get rusty. But yeah, okay, so
That's just age, man. That's just age.
but Hagar, right? You're saying did Hagar stay? She
Yeah.
ran away. You forgot?
No,
If I'm not mistaken, didn't she run away?
She was sent away. She was sent
Okay.
away because Sarah
Right.
she
became
got jealous, bro.
Right.
She got jealous.
Who got jealous?
Hagar?
Sarah got jealous.
of a slave.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, because she couldn't have a child.
Yeah.
That's why. So it
And
wasn't
the
because
slaves
she
started
was
getting
jealous of
treating
how
her
Hey,
as
bro,
like
Abraham.
we don't see
No,
no
wait,
abuse.
inferior. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't talk about whether or not there was. I mean, she was in tears running away into the wilderness. You think somebody who's having the time of her life?
Wait a minute. Didn't she get blessed? Her son get
Yeah,
blessed?
because God was like, dang, Sarah really deal with you
No,
dirty.
Don,
Dang, I
you
feel
are a
bad for you.
storyteller.
No,
'Cause
no,
you
no,
can
no, no.
change the
Listen,
story.
listen.
You can
God
change the
was like,
story.
God was like, dang, Sarah really did you
That's
dirty.
crazy.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna bless you, Ishmael. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have his own legacy. Da da da. You know, go about your business.
I don't
You know what
know.
I'm
Hey
saying?
Don, I don't know how much time we have left, but I want to
Right.
say this is my first time speaking with you. I've
Yeah.
enjoyed it.
Good time.
I like you. And I would have this conversation with you over dinner or, you know, playing
I
video games. I don't
appreciate
know
that,
what you do
man.
for fun, man. You seem to be like a genuine dude. And as somebody who's struggled with doctrine, I want to make sure that that I'm sympathetic and that I also like. I think that there's a good thing to question. I think there's a good reason. I don't think like God tells us to be hot or cold, you know, and I don't think that He ever is going to get upset when you go, "Well, I don't understand. This doesn't make sense to me." So I don't ever want to come in and chastise questioning. I think the issue is whenever you see something like that refuted or rebuked in Scripture, is it's an obstinate thing where like you know the facts and you're rejecting them. I think in your case you're questioning things in large part due to doctrinal differences and you're trying to make sense of this. But I want to make sure that you know that like if every objection you have to the way that God operated with people is valid, let's say we concede all of the points for the sake of argument, we grant all those points.
Sure.
It still doesn't show that Christ is not raised, and thus doesn't. Yes, I did. Well, I'll let you buy me dinner, Don. I offered to go on a date with you. You can take me out anytime. I'll get lost in your eyes, bro. So I'm kidding. I've got 5 kids. I'm single. Y'all stop that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so my point is, if every one of your criticisms is valid, it still doesn't negate the fact that Christ is resurrected and Christianity is true. It doesn't do anything to the foundation of Christianity. So you may go.
So I'm not convinced that Christ is resurrected. That's the thing.
Okay.
You know, like when I take a look at the arguments that are made by the skeptics, right, the academics, the skeptics on the other side of the fence, I am not convinced by the evidence that Christian apologists present to assert that Jesus Christ truly was resurrected from the dead. So
Okay.
that's the issue, you know.
Do you still consider yourself a theist in the sense where you're like, I think there is a God, but I don't know who that is? Or do you just go, I think given the problem of evil and everything else that we're seeing, it's impossible for there to be a God?
No, I wouldn't say it's impossible for there to be a God. I do strongly believe that it's not the God of the Bible, right? The Yahweh character of the Bible isn't the God, not necessarily, because it doesn't align, right? It doesn't. I'm seeing too many discrepancies with the idea of an all-powerful, all-loving God who cares about the church, who cares about humans. You know, that's when you get into.
Let me ask you this, and I mean this sincerely. What if your metaphysical presuppositions are off, right?
Oh, you mean like the all-powerful,
You're
all-knowing
appealing to
stuff?
the omnis and ims, like he's
Right.
omniscient and omnipowerful and omnipotent and all that. What if your understanding of
Oh,
those?
1 second, brother. 1 second.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're
Somebody
ending
said I was
here.
asking Don on a date. No, I was asking for Don to buy me dinner. There's a difference. I'm a cheapskate.
Yeah. No, yeah, the Christ resurrection thing is a bit of that's one for
Okay,
another live stream.
I'm back. Yeah, I just had to say something real quick. My wife.
So we were talking and you said you still think that there's possibly a God. You
Yeah.
don't think it's the God of the Bible based off of, and then you appealed to like the greatest conceivable being, if I understand you correctly, like the omnis and the ims. And I'm saying, what if your greatest conceivable being is based in like Greek metaphysics and is admittedly not compatible with the God of the Bible, but yet the God of the Bible still could be true. So I'm curious.
Okay, so that aside, you know what you just said, even if I were to grant that, I still don't have any evidence that the God of the Bible is real. That's the point. Like I have no the evidence isn't whatever evidence a Christian might want to assert, it isn't convincing to me. So for instance, a Christian might say, "Oh, well, I had stage 4 cancer and I prayed to Jesus and then I was healed." And they will say, "See, this is my evidence of the God of the Bible."
Yeah.
Well,
I think you're right. I think you're
yeah,
right. I think anecdotal evidence of me having a good experience
yeah,
is not going to convince somebody else.
right.
That's why I always bring it back to the crucifixion and resurrection and the historical accounts of that, to where you
Right.
even have like, Pliny coming in there and being a critic of Christianity and mocking it, but still talking about like, look, these people all believe Christ was raised, and like,
Mhm.
so the historical arguments for the resurrection of Christ are well attested, and obviously had a tremendous impact.
What do you mean well attested?
I
I
mean,
mean, it's in the Bible.
well,
But
you also have critics that are hostile to Christianity that are
Mhm.
writing and saying this is what they believe, and it's creating like a radical transformation in these people. They're all accounting to either have witnessed Christ raised, or they've had some other reason to believe that. And so the critics
Oh,
of
well,
Christianity,
that's good for them. But God hasn't given me, if this God exists, He hasn't given me compelling evidence that the God of the Bible is real, and He doesn't hasn't given me compelling evidence that the resurrection occurred. When I look at the counter arguments for
Mhm.
the resurrection, I see ways to explain the development of Christianity without a resurrection. The lack of you know uh, there are no contemporary what's the word I'm looking for, historical acknowledgments of this Jesus character outside of the Bible. The Josephus quote is largely believed by scholars to be a forgery. um uh what's his name,
Tacitus,
Tacitus, he was
Pliny.
not he was making his he wasn't around. He wasn't born yet. He was, I think he's like 100 years after, right? Jesus's ministry. He was just reporting based off of what he heard. He wasn't a contemporary. Um, he wasn't alive when Jesus died, if I'm not mistaken.
So what do you do with something like Philemon, who says, "I had never seen the resurrected Christ, but I've been convinced that Paul has, and I'm willing to die by Paul's testimony"? Do you find any weight in that at all? Like, I mean,
Well,
if
one first, I haven't seen this quote that you're talking about. I would like to see the source of
Mhm.
this, because that's an interesting thing. A lot of these little pieces of information that we get from the early church, when you investigate the source they're coming from, you realize Christians are cherry picking. That the early church is cherry picked way harder than the Bible is, right? These stories, like for instance, do you know where this legend that Peter was crucified upside down comes from? Do you know the source material of
I don't
that
recall
legend?
off the top of my head, no.
Right. It's from it's from one of the apocryphal gospels, right? A gospel that is wholly rejected by the church as being not,
When
of
you say
sound.
apocryphal and rejected, are you talking about a Gnostic text or an apocryphal text?
I think it's, I'm not even sure. I just know the church doesn't regard it as historically reliable, because there are things in it that are that contradict the faith,
Do you,
right?
when you say the church, are you referring to like the 66 books of the canon or the 82? Like
I'm saying I'm saying if you
what
were to
when you
take a
say
look
church,
at,
I just want to. I'm sorry, I want
Mhm.
to clarify. So when
Let's
you
see.
say the church rejects it, because there's
Yeah,
Roman Catholic canons, there's Eastern Orthodox canons, and then there's our diet version as Protestants. We got the light soda version.
here,
Um,
I'll tell you where it is. Crucified on the cross come from.
Yeah, let me
Okay.
get something straight. Hold on, let me get something straight
Okay,
here.
the apocryphal Acts of Peter. Now, if you were to go through no, I don't. If you
No,
were to go,
bro,
this is an
even if you
instigator,
did,
bro. These are
being a
instigators.
butler, but bro, being a
Mhm.
butler is not a slave, so I'm good. This is what we're serving. So
Well,
we're
yeah,
good.
but if you go through the apocryphal Acts of Peter, I am sure, I haven't read it, right? I just know that the church rejects it. Uh, the Acts of Peter, there are things, accounts in that book that Christians would disagree with. They would say this never happened. I think in this book, we have this duel between Simon Magus and Peter, where Simon flies up in the air and Peter does a prayer and he comes down on, he falls to the earth and breaks his legs, and then he's stoned, and everyone's like, and there was this other instance where Peter like, made an animal, like it was either a dead animal or a statue, come to life. Like, it's just fairy tale nonsense.
Yes, I would say some of the early works are like, you've got Gnostic, you got crazy stuff that was out there, and it all tends to get muddied together.
Right. So the point I'm making, though, is this is the book where we get the story that Peter was crucified upside down. So what we do is we like that, we take it, but we reject everything else. I'm saying this account with Philemon, for all I know, is just another instance of that.
Well, thank you. That aside, you still see in the text that Paul is sending him back and calling him to set him free.
I'm sorry?
I said, even in just the text of the one chapter in Scripture, you still see Paul saying, "I'm sending him back not as a slave, but as a brother."
Right, and we already talked about that. There's neither man nor woman in Christ. I think that wasn't him telling him to literally give him his freedom, but to see him as a spiritual brother and do with him what you will. But hey, JP, thank you for. I can
fellas,
see.
Look, I'll definitely connect y'all, fellas. If y'all want to connect, y'all could talk.
Yeah, dude, I enjoy this sort of stuff. Like, I don't take offense at it. I hope you don't either. Like,
yeah, no, not at all. No, this was a very enjoyable conversation. And and look, there are guys like, I would love to see like a debate between. Well, I don't think you fancy yourself a debater. Or do you do a lot of debates? I can't.
Me?
Yeah.
I do. Okay. I do theological debates. Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, and I know a few people have been running from you too. I think, remember, with the Calvinism stuff. But like, you are you familiar with that guy, Deconstruction Zone? Have you come across that guy?
I think I've heard the name floated around, but I don't think I'm familiar with their work.
Yeah, I would love to see you, or maybe someone like you, debate that guy. Because he has a master's degree in biblical scholarship. Or I don't think Dan McKellen, I think, is his name.
Oh, yes,
Dave
I know
McKellen earlier. His name's Dan McKellen. That guy. I'd love to see dudes like that in a debate. Yeah, man. So yeah, I don't. There's a book. If I were to recommend, okay, Don, why are you skeptical of the stories in the Bible, the New Testament, regarding Jesus and the resurrection? Bart Ehrman has a book called, I was actually just listening to it today, Jesus Before the Gospels. Go ahead and Praise I Am. I don't even remember.
Oh yeah, Don, that guy is terrified of Praise. Like, Praise asked him to run a fair one and he blocked him. Praise is the slavery guy. Praise I Am. He is the slavery guy.
Wait, Praise I Am. Who ran from him?
Racer, Praise, bro. The free
No. Who ran from him? Dan? The
guy you mentioned.
Dan McKellen?
Yeah, he blocked Praise, yeah.
Oh, wait, which one? Dan McKellen or Deconstruction Zone?
The one that always talks about slavery. Like, the one that's always talking about slavery.
I mean, both of them talk about slavery a lot.
The white one.
Both of them are white.
We all look alike, right?
All right, hold on. Praise. Which one is it, brother? Praise knows. Oh, Deconstruction Zone. That one.
Deconstruction Zone ran from him?
Yeah, bro.
I mean, I would. So he you got to send me that, where he goes on, because what he does is he does his live stream, and anybody can just come on.
Can you? If you want, you could try to set up a conversation with praising him.
I mean, I don't got his contact, but yeah, I could reach out to him. But
yeah, I'll reach out to Praise.
There are plenty of guys. That guy, you know what I'm saying?
That guy ran from Praise. That
Possibly.
guy.
I mean, that's what you're saying. I've seen people say people ran from people when they weren't doing no running, bro. It was just, I'm saying, things got DC.
Bro, I promise you, bro, DC will not take a debate with Praise. I'm pretty confident. He'll tell you something like, oh, Praise is a nut job. He'll give you some baloney to make sure it doesn't happen. I'm pretty confident.
Bring Praise up now. Bring Praise up now. Let me talk to him, since he's the master of slavery.
All right, cool.
What do What do you see
Oh,
as
well,
far
I
as
mean,
like?
you said you were leaving, though.
No,
I mean,
I'm
I ain't
gonna.
trying to press the issue.
No, I'm gonna shut off my camera and you guys talk.
I'm just curious, real quick, Don, and then I'm going to
Mhm.
bounce. But like, where are you now? Like, are you not looking into this stuff at all? Are you like if they said, where are you with
Mhm.
your faith journey, or you're looking into this, or you're questioning, like you're just like, I've
I'm
given
like
up and I'm not doing anything, I'm kind of on coast, or are you like, I'm looking into other areas, or like, what are you
Yeah,
doing?
I'm not looking for anything spiritual. I would say I'm no longer a spiritual person. Like I'm no longer invested in the divine or the supernatural. You know, I guess that would make me a naturalist. Um, yeah, I'm just operating, just going through what I can actually see, touch, interact with, you know, observe, think about. That's basically it. I don't believe I don't believe in hell. I don't believe in anything. I'm not saying those things aren't real. I just haven't received
You haven't been convinced.
convincing evidence, right,
You
that
haven't been
these
convinced.
things exist. And I believe just logically, if the God of the Bible was real and he really wanted me to be concerned about that stuff, or just, you know, a God was real and wanted me to be concerned about that stuff, he would make it absolutely clear, abundantly clear
Don,
as
have
the
you ever
sun is
seen your
in the
brain?
sky. I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen your brain?
Seen who?
Your
My
brain.
brain? No, I haven't seen my brain.
Does it mean it doesn't exist? I saw that in God's Not Dead. Remember Warren?
I remember
God's
that
Not
line.
Dead?
It's funny, but
That corny Christian.
I never said it
No,
doesn't
no,
exist.
no, no, Don, it's a joke. There's a
No, I
Christian
get it.
movie
But I'm
called
saying I never said it doesn't exist.
No,
Did
no,
I?
no. There's a corny Christian movie against
very corny.
atheism.
Yeah, very corny.
Yeah, it's named God's Not Dead. And so then
Mhm.
the student tells the professor, "Have you ever seen your brain?" And
Yeah.
the professor says, "No, I have not." Then
Right.
the student says, "Well, that means that God exists because, you know." So he goes on that route. And I'm like, what a silly argument. Like you could take a brain scan, but
Yeah.
it's a Christian
And
movie. So
also, have you ever seen a unicorn? Have you ever seen a leprechaun? Have you ever seen a
I
fairy?
have. I have.
JP's up in New York. He sees all sorts of stuff, man.
Brother,
Like,
Oh,
don't
yeah.
ask him about what he's seen up in New York.
brother, I've
You
seen it
guys
all.
got stories.
Brother, I've seen things that you don't even want to
Yeah, is
think.
praise coming?
Yeah, praise is coming. Praise is
Oh,
coming.
okay.
All right,
All
hey,
right.
I'm gonna bounce. Thank you guys so much.
Mhm.
It was a good visiting with you, Don. Let's stay in touch.
Definitely. All right, Warren. Have a
Have a good
great
night,
one,
brother.
man. Let's
John,
go.
you mind if I give him your number or email or something like that?
No, no, not at all. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Cool.
I'll send it. All
Yeah.
right, see you, Warren. All right, praise. Go ahead.
Yo, good evening, fellas. How's it going?
Doing well, man. All right, go ahead. What's your argument for slavery?
Easy. Jesus, he gave the intent of the law, and all the laws are encapsulated by these two laws, and that is to love your neighbor, love God as yourself. And Christopher Wright, you know, several other Old Testament scholars call this paradigmatic law. So all the laws fit in within those two paradigms. So loving your neighbor would not include enslaving them, raping them, murdering them. And that is the intent of the law. That didn't change in the New Testament. That's Jesus was giving the intent of the law from the beginning. And I mean, if you read Exodus 22:21, Leviticus 19:34, the Israelites were supposed to love their non-Israelites as themselves and to be treated as one of their own. So loving their neighbor was a theme throughout the whole Bible, and that encapsulates basically the socioeconomic system of Moses. But if you have any specific questions, I'd like to respond to those too. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, I think that's a terrible argument. Why? Because Leviticus 19:18 says to love your neighbor as yourself. And we also see God blessing the act of owning other people as chattel slaves in the Old Testament. So, point is, from the biblical author's point of view, they don't see loving your neighbor conflicting with owning other people as property, because then God would have two contradictory laws in the Torah.
Right. So no. Read Leviticus 19:34. So it's not only your neighbor; it's also any foreigner to Israel. 19:34.
Sure, that makes it even
Did you see
worse
that
for
one?
your case, because God also allows you to sell your daughter as a sex slave, and God also allows you to own slaves and pass them on to your children, while telling you to love your neighbor because in the Bible wasn't written by God, it was written by people who were writing from their cultural point of view. And just like the chattel slaves in America, slaves were not seen as people. They were property. And so
Okay.
there was no conflict with loving your neighbor and owning slaves. We see it in the Old Testament, we see it in the New Testament.
Okay, so first, so are you familiar with the scholarship regarding the I'm gonna try to tackle each claim by one. We could just do it that way. So
Okay.
are you familiar with the scholarship? I have in my book, it's littered with scholarship from people that understand the customs and the practices back then of the Hebrews. So what this was a marriage gift. So if
wait, what's that?
So it wasn't sexual slavery. What they were doing is they were preparing the bride for a successful future marriage by giving them a gift. It's called a marriage gift, and that's a consensus view.
Do you know what verse you're talking about?
Yeah, it would be Exodus 21:7. I believe you're thinking of 7 through 9.
Exodus, which one?
I believe it's number 7.
Right.
It could be 8 or 9 too, but yeah, it starts in 7.
Okay. Exodus 7. Yeah, what verse are you talking about here?
So I'm just wanting to tackle each.
I just want to know what verse you're talking about, because
it's just 21:7.
Right. You're saying it's a marriage gift. How do you explain when God says, if you give your male servant, your male Hebrew servant, a wife, right? These are slaves that belong to you, and they have children. When the male is going to be set free, the woman is not allowed to go out with them, and so that servant now has to make the decision to turn himself into a perpetual slave so that he can keep his family together. A loving God would say, if you give one of your servants a wife and a child, and that slave or that servant is set free, his entire family should be set free. But instead, no, this woman and their child is property, and there is no room for them to be free. And so then that man has to make a decision. Do I want to now turn myself into chattel slavery for the rest of my life to keep my family together, or do I want to go out and leave my family behind? That is the law that the God of the Bible put together. Could have very easily said, take your wife. If I give you a wife, take your wife, take your kids with you.
It's actually, I'll show you, it's the exact opposite.
Okay.
So,
but find the verse. Say the verse.
Okay. So Exodus. Okay, so if you read the
why don't you fellas share your screen so the audience can follow through?
I think that would be a lot more helpful. I'm trying to. I don't want to over talk Don at all, because I do believe once you see what's going on, a lot of this will be alleviated.
Can you share your screen, Praise?
Yeah. Sure.
Praise, can you share your screen?
Yeah, I am right now. I'm sharing my screen right now.
Okay, I don't see nothing.
All right, should be up there right now. So what you got to pay attention to is you got to start out in the first 2 passages, because it's all frozen. Hold on, give me a second here.
Yeah, it was Exodus 21. Mm-hmm.
It's all frozen. Hold on, let me get out of here. Come back in.
Wow.
My app froze.
I'll just pull it up myself. Don't worry.
All right. I appreciate it, JP.
Okay, what's the Bible verse?
Let's go to Exodus 21.
Mm-hmm. Here, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up for you.
Even better.
Share screen. Entire screen right here. Okay, so let me read this for you. Exodus 21, verses 1 forward. Now, these are the rules that you shall set before them. When you buy a Hebrew slave, he shall serve 6 years. In the 7th, he shall go out free. for nothing, right? So you shall go up free for nothing. Or servant. The Hebrew term abed designates a range of social and economic roles. And so this is what I was saying, that Hebrews weren't slaves in the way that the Gentiles were slaves. These were the indentured servants that served for 6 years, and on the seventh they got free. Look at what it says. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife will go out with him. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and the children or her children shall be her masters.
Stop right there. Think about why.
Let me finish. But if the slave or servant here plainly says, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him to God, and he shall bring him to the door or the doorpost, and his master shall bore his heir through with an awl, and he shall be his slave forever. And so there is no option of, oh, the woman gets to go out. The woman gets to go out, or says, okay, listen, because I don't know if it was Corey or Alan Parr made this weak ass argument about, oh, well, what if you give the slave a wife, but she just became a slave and her contract isn't up till 4 or 5 years from. Okay, then in 4 or 5 years, everybody goes out free. Why is it that his only two options are leave without his family or become a slave forever?
Very simple. It's because of the compensation that is due to the master. Think about it. The master's providing, he's giving house to his wife and to the future kid, and all the food, the board, the clothing that the master's providing to the servant. So he's going to get a wife and a child. So it's compensation. And so it's provisional. So if it's provisional, he's not just going to give.
Wait. Are you saying that room and board is equivalent to owning somebody for their entire life?
Well, it's not owning. So so the word there, if you go back to verse number 2, it's contractual. The master owns them contractually, but not as chattel. That's a non sequitur. That's nothing
not true. There is chattel slavery in the Bible. What are you talking about?
I'll disprove that. I'm going to take one. I'll take one claim by one. I just want to walk through this with you. You can see what's going on.
Yeah, but you're just saying things. You did not prove that this woman is not chattel slavery. Here's how you know she's chattel slavery, because she was given to this man as a wife.
Right. As provision.
It doesn't say if this man takes her as a wife, right? Like he fell in love with a slave girl. He said, right, if a master, because women were not equal. Women are not people. Even in the New Testament, women are not equal. They're barely people in the Old Testament. They're property, right? And so he's like a master. You've been a good little slave. You're like, hey, bro, I really like how you've been going hard. Here, get yourself some cheeks, bro. Have fun with that. And then when he's ready to leave, he's like, dang, I really fell in love with this chick. This is my wife. We got 2-3 sons. I want to stay with her. Master is like, whoa, bro, this was a rental. What you talking about, bro? No. If you want to keep this together, you're now just like her, property owned by me. I can pass you on to my children. And that's how you know chattel slavery is in the Bible, because let me
show you how you're wrong. So I think you're just this is one of the problems we call presentism, but also ethnocentrism. It's called logic. You're injecting in your own modern but I just want to show you you're wrong, though, because
okay, go ahead, show me.
You see in verse 2 it says go out. What do you think that's in reference to in verse 2? Go out.
Yeah, go out free for nothing. He's no longer.
What does go out? What is that in reference to, though? What going out from what?
From his enslavement or his servitude, because this is an indentured slave.
Contract, right? His 7-year contract.
Yes, we already established that Hebrews were not allowed to be chattel slaves to other Hebrews. We already knew that.
Look what else is in verses 3 and 4.
Mhm.
Go out. The same language is contractual language. This is talking about financial or contractual obligation. There is nothing here that is there's any type of imposition, any type of subjugation. There's no subjugation here. So
Why does he get to go out? Why does he get to go out after 7 years or 6
because
years?
the master provided nothing to the master provided the wife and the children and the board, but he himself his debt is over, so he doesn't have to.
Wait. So why can't the woman also work off her debt like how he worked off his?
Well, that's what she's doing. That's
So
why she's not going out.
So why then does he become a slave forever? Why doesn't it say, and he shall be his slave or servant until the woman has fulfilled her contract? Why doesn't it say?
It's what the word forever is olam in the Hebrew, and there's only a handful of times it means eternity. So perpetuality, only God is perpetual. So we know it cannot mean perpetuity as in a unending slavery or something. That it can't mean that. So what the Hebrew
it means for the rest of it. Here, look, the word means permanently. That's how the KJV puts it, permanently. So when it says forever, it means for the rest of his life, because as far as that slave is concerned, that is forever, because the resurrection and all that doctrine hadn't gotten worked out yet. They still believe that the dead just sleep and aren't aware of anything.
I'll get to that in a second. Let me ask you a question. Do you think?
Do you acknowledge that it means permanently? Do you acknowledge that it means permanently, though? So forever here, where the KJV.
I'll show you. So scholars has talked about this. This is the 50th year jubilee when the master died. That's usually how they've seen it. So it goes beyond 7 years, but it's to when the master dies or the jubilee, the 50th year, Leviticus 25. But let me ask you a question.
Here are the meanings of olam. Here are the meanings of olam.
Yeah, it can mean period of time.
Everlasting. Yes. Right. Yeah, well, obviously it doesn't mean for eternity because no one lives forever. So that's why the KJV translates it as permanently, because it means for the rest of his life. That's why his ear is pierced. He is now property. He's stamped like a cow. That's why his ear wasn't pierced before.
Well, it was a commitment to his master. That's how it was. And actually,
it was just like how you brand a cow, right? No. So that if he is seen anywhere else, people would know he's a slave.
I'll show you scholarship on that. From actual ancient Near East scholars that say the exact opposite. It was the size of a pin that they put in their ear, and it was a little red dot, but it was not like a branding of a cow. That's not how they looked at it. It was because they loved their master as a commitment. It actually has connotations of Jesus in there, but I do want to return back to Exodus 21, 3-4.
Sure.
Are you against communism and socialism?
Not as like a blanket statement. I have no problem with homeless people being given food.
Well, do you
That's
think
a form of socialism? I'm not against food stamps. I'm not against people who are poor and can't eat. I'm not against ways in which the government comes together and says, here, let's help out the less fortunate. No, I'm not against that.
So you think people should be entitled something? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I believe as humans, as rational creatures, I think we have enough intelligence and empathy to be able to look at those who are worse off among us, an old widowed woman who can't take care of herself and can't work and doesn't have any children. I don't believe that we should subject her to living on the streets and dying in the cold. I think that it's a good thing for us to take care of those people who need help.
Well, if the master provided housing and food and a place to give extra rooms and stuff for the child that he's given to to his servant, do you think they deserve a free ride? He's providing all this stuff to them. Do you see the problem now with the text?
No, my problem is that you believe this was created by a perfect good God. And a perfect good God would rather a man's family be separated and children growing up without their father as to preserve this bullshit, whatever you're saying here, like, oh, what, there was a kid sleeping in the room for a few years. And the parents are working, by the way, right? The parents are working. Are the Israelites, were they such were they such crooks that whatever work that they were requiring of the servants was not equivalent to a livable wage, right? Was not equivalent to what you would be able to make to have your own room and board as a free person. And so
Isn't it? It's just though. It's a just thing to do. So they can't. You're not just gonna just get a freebie, an entitlement.
No. First of all, that is very like the opposite of what Jesus preaches, and you believe these laws came from Jesus. That's the opposite of what Jesus preaches. Entitlement was the Jew who was on the road entitled to the assistance of the Good Samaritan? Were the Jew or the assistance of the Jews that were walking by?
Well, that's someone who needs actual help. Like
why children don't need to be taken care of?
Well, yeah, they do, but the master's providing all the subsistence for him. He's providing all the food.
And the parents are working. You're making it sound like they're just freeloaders, dude. They're working. They're literally slaves.
No, they're not slaves in the proper sense. They're not slaving. The fact there's the only work they did there was to tend to the gardens. You know the females.
Yeah. What's your evidence of that? That the only thing they did was water the gardens.
Easy. I'll show you in scripture that was the evidence of females maids. Yes.
Okay. Show me the evidence that the father wasn't doing any manual labor. He wasn't tending to any crops. He wasn't doing work. This was just the Jew wanted some company, and so he had some slaves around. Is that what you believe?
They would do female duties, which was take care of the house, make food, take care of children. They had to take care of the children. So yeah, that's important. But they weren't outside and putting the whip to their back. That is a
slaves got beat, bro. It's literally, and you don't have any evidence of how they were treated. Do you know that in America, where slaves were treated in the most vile and vicious ways, they had their noses cut off, they had their tongues cut out, you know what I'm saying? They were sawed in half. There were all kinds of crazy, wicked shit that these, Christian colonizers did to the blacks in America. But did you know that if you actually look at the rules and regulations that were created by the various states, you weren't supposed to treat slaves like that. You weren't supposed to treat them so inhumanely, right? But that wasn't how things were on the ground. And so the point I'm making is you're looking at the rule book. You have no idea. You can't show me anywhere any historical documentation that tells you what the day-to-day life treatment was of the general, Gentile perpetual slave.
Yeah,
you're just making this up because you're just making this up.
Well, I'm going to show you
evidence. You've been saying that for the last 20 minutes. Pull it up. Where's it at?
Okay, well, if you want to know how the Gentiles, the non-Israelites were treated, go to Exodus 22.
No. That's the regulation. That's what is said. I'm saying, how were they actually treated on the ground?
What do you mean on the ground?
Where is the documentation? The point I was making, Dan McKellen has a great video on this. We actually have historical documentation of how slaves were treated, written by actual slaves here in America. So we know how slaves were treated, and written by slave owners as well, because they didn't feel embarrassed about it. They thought it was okay.
That has nothing to do with scripture, though.
Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm saying there are laws that regulated how to treat slaves that contradict the way how slaves were actually treated in America. So I'm saying just because you find in the Bible the actual law, you don't know how these people were actually treated on a day-to-day.
Yes, we do.
How?
I'm going to show you. Just give me a second here. I'm going to give you a whole plethora of scriptures how we treated people in the ancient Near East.
Scriptures or extra biblical things? Bro, there are no scriptures for this, but I'll wait.
Oh, there's a lot, brother. Like, and this is where you're
Anyway,
in
you're literally not even winning at all right now,
I'm
though.
gonna
You
pull right
still
up. I'm
haven't.
gonna show you. If the JP pulls my screen up, we're gonna go through each one.
What's the definition of chattel slavery?
Treating people as a object or property. So if you treat people as like a chair or something, that's how to take away their complete rights as a human being, to strip away their dignity. Basically, that's what chattel slavery is.
No, chattel slavery just means to own another person as property. That's
All right,
all.
real quick, Praise, you're gonna share your screen or no?
Yeah, I have it up.
I don't
Okay,
see
go ahead.
anything, brother.
Yeah, chattel slavery is just owning other people as property, right? And the Bible tells us that Gentiles can be owned as chattel slaves and passed down to your offspring.
Well, we'll get to that too. I'll just go through these quickly.
Right.
So Israelites and non-Israelites were under one law, Leviticus 24:22. So there's not a separate level of laws or a second. There's two laws out there, separate laws. There's only one law. Therefore, the chart
for free people, yes, not for slaves. Slaves are not free people.
Foreigners. Well, what does that mean? What do you mean when you say that? Free people. What does that mean?
So, for instance, you're saying there's only one law. Yes, if a foreigner were to immigrate to Israel and assimilate, he would be treated just like, bloodline Jews, right? If he assimilated and got with the program, it doesn't matter if he came from, here, there, or wherever. Slaves were not seen as people. How we know that they don't have the same regulation is because Hebrews were not allowed to be passed down generation to generation. Hebrews had to be set free after 6 years, whereas Gentiles that you take as slaves, you could own them forever and pass them down to your children as property.
Well, first of all, okay, you could hand down God as property from
Oh, you're struggling. Yeah. Okay. So look, how is it that they have the same laws? How is it that they have the same laws, but they, we don't see this with the Gentiles? God literally explicitly says, here, I'll find it. It's probably in is it Exodus 21 here? Let me see.
Hold on, did you hear what I said? You can hand God down from generation to generation.
Bro, what does that even mean? Hand God down? You're talking about knowledge?
No, actually, the same language used in Leviticus 25, what you're quoting, is used for Yahweh himself.
Okay, what is the relevance of saying you're trying to equate? Obviously, when it says you can hand down these slaves to your children, it's like how you can leave your car to your son or daughter one day.
No.
That's what all right. You say it's what, Exodus 25? That's ridiculous, bro. So what does it mean when it says to leave these slaves to your children?
So first of all, did you go to verse 47 in Leviticus 25?
Go to verse 47.
Yeah, it tells you literally what you just said. What you just said there is completely decimated. That claim in verse 47.
It's tragic. Go ahead, pull up whatever verse you're talking about.
Okay. It's actually working now, JP. If you can pull my screen on, I'm sorry, man, because I know that he has been going live for a while. So in verse 47, listen to what it says.
Mm-hmm.
And if a sojourner, we call that a ger, or
Right.
a stranger, this is a toshav. These are the same people that are mentioned in 45 and 46. Wax rich. So they were able to wax rich. Chattel slavery debunked.
What are you talking about? You keep saying like ridiculous things. Slaves are not free people. A slave is not a sojourner. A sojourner is a man who is free of his own volition, choosing to immigrate to Israel. God says you can go to other nations and buy slaves from those nations, bring them back to be your slaves forever.
Wait a second. You're the one that just says you can hand them down. Who are the ones being handed down from generation to generation?
The
It
Gentile
says right
slaves.
there, but read it, verse 45.
These are not
Strangers, that's the term.
these strangers is referring to free people who decide to travel and move to Israel. So for instance, if you were to move to Israel right now, you would be a stranger in the land. You are
just
not
made
a
my
slave.
point. Then. There's no
Nobody
slavery.
owns you. All right, dude, you're just not even getting
You
it.
just made my point then.
How did I make your point?
No, listen, Don. Okay.
Mhm.
Don, pay attention to the words that are being used in verse 45.
Mhm.
Moreover, the children of the strangers that do sojourn. What do you think this word strangers in the Hebrew is?
I'm assuming that you're talking about the people traveling into the
Toe
nation.
shop.
What?
Yeah, these are toe shops. These are
Yeah,
the
non-Jews,
same ones in
non-Jews,
verse
non-Hebrews.
47.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, you can. Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And you can buy, you can pass them down, and they can
Right.
be your possession. Now, this
Right.
before you think, oh, this is chattel slavery, God is called chattel. He's called, if you're going to say the same word, then God is property of Israel. I'll show you that too. But
Yeah.
it's the same
Okay.
word. It's strangers in the Hebrew is
So
toe
what
shop.
what
right
exactly are you arguing here? That these strangers are the slaves? Because
The
that's not what
same
it says.
strangers.
That's not what it says. It
does.
says the children of the strangers that sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy. Because if you go and read, go up a few verses. First, he makes
Who is them?
go up a few verses. Go up a few verses.
Yeah, the them is in verse 45.
Why don't you want to go up a few verses? Go up a few
right
verses.
here. I put it up.
Keep going. Okay. All right. Now, keep going up. Keep going up. I think this section starts with saying why you cannot enslave a Hebrew, right? Here, let me just pull it up because you're not cooperating here. Leviticus 25.
I'm going up to the scriptures, man.
Here, let me find it for you where it's supposed to start. All right.
You've been buffaloed by these idiots, man. You shouldn't listen to man.
Bro,
this is
you're
a
not.
problem.
You're literally making a horrible argument here. If you go to Leviticus, I guess really you should start from verse 1, bro. That's really where it starts. All the way in verse 1.
We'll go through it all. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you where you're in error, and it's real simple. It's really easy to see what's going on.
There are
here.
literal dudes with PhDs who have spoken about this at length. Like, you're wrong. I know you have your.
I have in my book thousands of PhD citations.
No, you don't have thousands of PhDs, dude.
I'll show you the book right now. I just released it. It's all citations from scholars. I want to give it to you for free.
Sure, it doesn't matter. The point is there are other scholars with PhDs that disagree, so you can keep quote mining scholars all you want. You're trying to.
They can disagree all they want. They can disagree,
but
we have the power.
Let's go ahead and read the verse. Let's go ahead and read the chapter. Leviticus 25. Go ahead.
And the Lord spake unto Moses in Mount Sinai, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When you come into the land which I give you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath unto the Lord. 6 years thou shalt sow thy field, and 6 years thou shalt prune thy vineyard, and gather in the fruit thereof. But in the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath for the Lord. Thou shalt neither sow thy field nor prune thy vineyard. That which groweth of its own accord of thy harvest, thou shalt not reap, neither gather the grapes of thy vine undressed, for it is a year of rest unto the land. And the Sabbath of the land shall be meat for you, for thee, and for thy servant, and for thy maid, and for thy hired servant, for thy stranger that sojourneth with thee. And for thy cattle, for the beasts that are in the land, thou shalt all increase thereof be meat. And thou shalt number 7 Sabbaths of years unto thee, 7 times 7 years. In the space of 7 Sabbaths of years shall be unto thee 49 years. Thou shalt cause the trumpet of the Jubilee down on the 10th day of the 7th month. In the day of atonement shall you make the trumpet sound throughout all your land. And you shall hallow the 15th year and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and you shall return every man unto his possession, and you shall return every man unto his family. Remember, you said that children do not get released. Well, it says right here they are getting released back to their.
Talking about the Jews. This is talking explicitly about the Hebrews.
Well, it wasn't just the Jews who were in the servitude there. It was also the foreigners.
Yeah, but this is talking specifically about the Jews. There are, just like you're saying that there are academics who have apparently made these arguments. You know, there are academics, PhDs, who made the counter argument that these passages here are given more context with complementary passages at other parts in the Torah that make it explicit that it's talking about Jews. But continue.
Well, remember, you said they were Jews in Exodus 21, 2 through 4. So why are you arguing slavery then?
What do you mean? I'm saying
you're the one that
here's what it says.
Jews, right?
If you continue on, the context would make sense for you. In this year of Jubilee, each of you shall return to his property. And if you make a sale to your neighbor or buy from your neighbor, you shall not wrong one another. So what you will see here is that the land was able to be, Hebrews were able to sell to other Hebrews their property, for instance. In the year of Jubilee, it was like a great reset for all the clans. Like people who had lost their property, they were supposed to get it back. So these laws right here that you're reading, this is specifically targeting Jews. This is specifically targeting servants, for instance. So that's what the Jubilee was for. It was like another version of the 7th year when the Hebrew slaves are set free. You do acknowledge that the 7th year, or the 6 years you shall serve, that only applied to Jews, right? You acknowledge that only applied to the Hebrews. That was not for the Gentiles as well. You acknowledge that, right?
The Jubilee? You're talking about the Jubilee?
No, the 6 years, right? The Jubilee was like,
oh, the 6 years.
It was like,
no, I don't agree with that at all.
So you believe that the Gentiles were not, they were supposed to get set free every 6 years as well. That's what you believe.
Yes, and I can prove,
okay,
I could demonstrate that the ones in Exodus 21:2 are the Habiru, which was an Egyptian slave, which was actually a foreign slave. So I can easily show that's in my book. So yes, I can show that.
Okay, all right. Here,
it's not just
it's actually here. Leviticus 25. If we scroll down some more, it says, okay, right. If we go back down to the 40s, it says start at 35. This right here, I don't see how you could ever try to make the argument that Gentiles and Jews are operating under the same regulations in regards to slavery and servitude. Start at verse 35.
Okay, let's start there.
Could you read this in another version? Could you read this in like the CSB?
CSB.
Or if you don't have that, I guess. I'm not familiar with that. But sure, yeah, I just wanted something that was a little less, 1600s.
More of the children of the aliens who live among you, of them you may buy, and of their families
who
35.
are with you. Start at 35. Yeah, that's where you're going to see the contrast, and you're going to understand that Jews and Gentiles were treated differently. There you go.
Yeah, I'll show you otherwise. But okay, if your brother has become poor and his hand can't support himself among you, then you shall uphold him. He shall live with you like an alien and a temporary resident. So what do you think that's
Okay.
saying there? Before we go to the next verse, it's very important.
Yeah, it's talking about people who, like I said earlier, immigrated to Israel.
Is an alien an Israelite or not?
No, it's not.
What is the okay? I know you don't believe. I'm thinking Moses is the author, but we'll just for this for the sake of the conversation, we'll say the JEPD theory, the documentary hypothesis. So the author here is saying you should Israelites as good as you treat the alien in verse 35.
I've already acknowledged that you are supposed to treat Gentiles in your land, free men, free Gentiles who travel into your land. Just like, for instance, think about King Solomon being visited by who was it that visited King Solomon? The woman, the woman who came to seek his wisdom.
Jezebel, or no, I forgot now. I forgot who
No,
you're talking
I
about.
can't. I mean, there are plenty of stories of, for instance, okay, how about this instead? Rebecca, right? Rebecca, she was a Moabite. Am I correct?
No, that's Ruth.
Ruth was a Moabite. Thank you. Right? Ruth was a Moabite. She was a Gentile. She was a free woman, and she was supposed to be treated the same way as everybody else. She did not come to Israel as somebody's property. She did not come to Israel as somebody's slave. So I've already acknowledged multiple times that free people were supposed to be treated the same as everybody else. I mean, there were special things for the Jews, but I've already acknowledged that.
So
but a slave is different from a free person.
Well, that's what they were doing if they got into debt, some type of debt servitude. So it has nothing to do with race. Are you saying there's a racial distinction, or are you saying there's a social distinction?
I am saying that, first of all, this debt servitude argument you're making, right? What we see explicitly that talking about are Hebrews, right? Now, we could probably make the argument that it's possible that if a Gentile became indebted to a Hebrew, he might be treated the same way as a Hebrew in terms of that servitude. But when a Hebrew went to a Gentile nation and purchased a slave, that slave did not owe that man anything. He was just like Joseph, right? Captured. We don't know how these slaves came about, right? You acknowledge that this was a savage time. And you saw how Joseph's brothers caught him and sold him into slavery. You don't think that there were people in these Gentile nations that were being sold into slavery?
That's easy to dismantle. You ever heard of Eleazar?
Eleazar, I've heard the name, but let me finish my point. The point I'm making here, the point I'm making before you go off track, the point I'm making is that when a Hebrew goes into a Gentile nation and purchases a slave, that slave did not owe him anything. There was no debt. He's buying him as a workman, as property, no differently than when the whites in America purchased black people to work as slaves. Those black people did not owe those white people anything. And so you can't then say, because those white people owned the black people and gave them some form of lodging and food and clothing, that means it's just that those black people should have been, property perpetually. So that's what this text is saying later on, that these Gentile slaves that you go to other nations to purchase, or as we will see later on, when the children of non-Jews are sold to you as a slave, you can keep them perpetually, permanently, as it says in the KJV, and pass them on to your children. This is different than the Hebrew.
I already addressed that.
No, you didn't.
Can I respond to that now?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Eleazar was a foreign slave because he was attached to the household of Abraham. But if you read Genesis 15, it says that when when Abraham was when he died, he was bequeathing all his goods and his housing, and he would be released from his contractual obligation. So we know how foreign slaves were treated with Eliezer in Genesis 15. So what you're saying is just poppycock. It's not biblical
Bro,
at all.
all
Not
right,
even
here,
close.
let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. I'll just walk you through because you're really just not
No,
even
I'm
following the
trying to
text.
show you your error here. So
No, it's not.
you
It's
took the
literally
Kool-Aid.
right here,
You
dude.
drank
It's
the Kool-Aid
literally
from
right
these
here.
idiots.
All right, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep reading.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
keep
we
reading.
know now that the foreigners were treated really well. In what you call
They
is
were not
people that are
slaves. They were
inside.
aliens. Just they were aliens, right? I used to
But
be an
what
American.
the
I
hell
used to
is a
be an alien.
slave then?
I used to be an alien when
What
I
the
immigrated
what is a
from
slave?
Jamaica to America. I was an alien, right? They're legal aliens and they're illegal aliens, but I was not a slave, right? Temporary
So
resident.
you're saying illegal aliens, they were treated like property?
No, they didn't have that. They didn't have that distinction. The point I'm making is there were people who immigrated, who came into Israel for whatever reason.
Yeah.
They wanted to come to Israel. They did not belong to anybody. Nobody owned them. That's what an alien was. But
Nobody owned them.
but what the law of Moses, right? What the law of Moses is saying here is that those aliens that are in your land, you should treat them just like the Jews. The laws are the same for them. You shouldn't oppress them, right? That's what this is saying. This is not making a statement at all on the slave class. This is just talking
Can
about
I show you?
non-Jews. No, before you jump
I'm going to
somewhere
show you
else,
the
keep
principle.
reading.
What you're saying.
We're
No,
going to have to agree to disagree here, but I think the chat can
I'm
see
going to
that
show you
it's not
you're
talking
wrong.
about slaves.
I'm going to show
Stop
you.
jumping,
Look,
bro.
Deuteronomy
Stop
23.
jumping. Stop jumping. Go finish the passage. This has
No,
been taking too long to
I'm
finish.
going to go back there, but I'm going to show you how
Show me
you
after.
claim that there's someone outside right here. So a person who escaped the nations from their nation and they came into Israel, look how they're supposed to be. Yahweh says, he shall dwell with you among you in the place which he shall choose within of your gates where it pleases him best. You shall not oppress him. This
Okay.
is exactly who you're talking about.
No, you're talking
So
about
you're
a
not supposed to be oppressed
this is talking about a runaway slave, sir. An alien, a temporary
from the
resident is
nation,
someone.
right?
Yeah, right. I don't know why you aren't getting this, bro. There are people. You believe that there are people who lived in other lands that wanted to move to Israel of their own volition?
Yes, but they couldn't sometimes because they were famine or they were in debt so far they couldn't be
We're not
reconciled
talking
their
about
debt.
that.
So
We're not talking about that. We're, in fact, actually, that's not a logical statement. Every person that wanted to move to Israel of their own volition moved of their own volition.
no, the other nations around them were enslaving
If
them.
they couldn't move of their own volition freely, then the only other way they were going to get into Israel was coming as a slave. Do you understand?
Right, which proves my point. Yeah. So
No, it doesn't.
these are
Listen,
slaves.
no, they're not. They're not. The travelers, the temporary residents. What is a temporary resident?
Wait a minute, Don. You just said it's the ones that the slaves has no master. Tell me the master here. Who's the master in Deuteronomy 23?
What does read verse 15?
Yeah, you shall not deliver to his master a servant who's escaped from his master.
So he's a
He
runaway
has no
slave,
master.
right? He's a runaway
He
slave,
has no
right?
master.
He has a master. It literally says, "Don't deliver him to that master."
He doesn't now. Who's
He
his
ran
master?
away.
He escaped from.
Okay, did Onesimus have a master?
I'm thinking yes. It was a
Was
Roman
he a
master.
runaway
So
slave? Was he a runaway slave? Was he a runaway slave?
I don't know. Does the Bible doesn't say?
Oh my gosh, you're saying that? Yes, Philemon says clearly that Onesimus was a runaway slave, and Paul intercepted him in prison and then sent him back to Philemon. You must have missed that part of the stream where I was talking to Warren Idol Killer about that for like an hour. But yes, he was a runaway slave and he has a master. So you can't now contradict yourself and say Once a slave runs away, he no longer has a master.
When he was
He's a
running
runaway
away, did he have a
slave.
master?
What's that?
So what do you, when he was in the process of running away, was he attached to a master?
It was an illegal thing. He was breaking the law. That's the point here. He was breaking the law. He still had a master. Just because I take your car, just because I steal your, just because I steal your car and it is now in my possession, separated from you, it does not make it not still your car. That's how property works. And these slaves were property. So it doesn't matter if they ran away.
Chattel. Yeah, they were real chattel.
These slaves, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So can you go back? Can you go back now
slaves.
to 25? This did nothing for you. Can you finally finish chapter 25?
Well, you said a slave doesn't have a master, and I just showed you we have people
When
that
did I
didn't
ever
have
say a
masters.
slave? When did I ever say a slave doesn't have a master?
You did. That's what you said.
No,
I asked you what constitutes.
You're the one that says that when a slave runs away, he no longer has a master, which is why I had to show you your false logic by bringing you to Philemon or Philemon or whatever. And I asked you, is Onesimus, does he have a master even though he's a runaway slave? And you said yes and contradicted yourself. So now
he has a new master, yeah, but when he was running away, he didn't have a master, though. He detached himself from a master. And I wouldn't even say it's a master. See, the Bible makes a difference between an owner and a master. A master is not an owner. Did you know that?
You're wrong. Owners are masters in this context. Your master is your owner when you're a slave.
No. You know what you're talking about. A Baal is an owner. It's the master is in the Hebrew completely different. It's Adonai.
Yeah, you're just wrong. But can we get back to, because I don't think
you're not wrong. What are you talking about?
You just said the words. You didn't prove anything. You didn't bring up any Hebrew. You said, okay, again, this is like your desperate attempt to compare passing down the knowledge of God to your children to passing down slaves, as if, oh, see, well, you pass down God, so that's not a big deal. Like, no, dude, that's not powerful logic.
Use the language.
Let's go back to Leviticus 25 so I can cook you some more. Go back to Leviticus. Can we finally finish?
You're getting waxed, man. This is terrible for you.
Yeah, come on, let's go. Leviticus 25. You already contradicted yourself with Onesimus, so it's not looking good for you. Leviticus 25, 35.
You're the one that made that declaration. I didn't.
Harry, you want me to share my stream so you can stop stalling?
I have it up for you, Don. I have the screen up for you.
I said 35. You still don't have 35 on the board.
All right, so I'll move one verse up.
Thank
okay,
you.
you didn't.
Yeah, that's what I need. That context. I said 35 like 6 times. All right, thank you. Here, let me read it. If your brother has become poor and his hand can't support himself among you, then you shall uphold him. This is talking about a Hebrew, right? Notice that. You agree that brother never means Gentile?
Well, yes, but they're treated like they are brothers, though. Yeah.
Sure. All right. He shall live with you like an alien and a temporary resident. Take no interest from him or profit, but fear your God that your brother may live among you. Excuse me. You shall not lend him your money at interest. And this is beautiful because I'm going to hit you with a combo right now, because you said earlier that God had the same laws for Gentiles as he did for Hebrews, right? He's saying you shall not lend him money at interest, nor give him your food for profit. I am Yahweh your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan and to be your God. If your brother has grown poor among you and sells himself to you, you shall not make him to serve as a slave. What does that mean?
They shall not, your brother shall not serve like an Egyptian slave, like you were in Egypt. This is, the context is Egyptian slavery, not Jewish slavery.
Let's go down. Let's keep going.
It says it right there in verse 38.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, as a hired servant and as a temporary resident, he shall be with you, and he shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. So this is talking about brothers explicitly. Then he shall, this Jubilee only applies to Hebrews. Then he shall go out from you, he and his children with him. Notice that. He and his children. The Hebrew man gets to take his wife and his children. Will continue, and shall return to his own family and to the possession of his fathers. This is only Hebrews. Only Hebrews have this possession of his fathers.
But wait a minute, I'm going to call you out on this, Don. You said in Exodus 21, for it was slavery because the children did not go out. Are you now retracting that claim?
Bro, you are really struggling to follow along here. I said that
you're the one that said it, man. You're the one that said that stuff.
Let me help you understand, bro. I said clearly that how we know that the Gentiles were treated as chattel property, chattel slaves, is that the woman and the child were not to go out. But here, the Hebrew, his family gets to go out. Do you see the difference?
Oh, so now you're saying that these are foreigners in Exodus 21 now.
Forget whatever you think I said in the past, because you're struggling to keep up. Listen to what I'm saying right now. This is the argument I've been making. It's the argument that I'm still making right now. Listen, do you see the difference? Yes or no?
The way that you're making the distinction, I can see now how you're making, but that's not consistent with what you said before.
Yes, it is. 21. It is. You're just struggling to keep up. But here it is. Then he shall go out from you, he and his children with him, and shall return to his own family and to the possession of his fathers. Why? For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. Speaking specifically of the Hebrews, the year of Jubilee, all of that only is for Jews. They shall not be sold as slaves. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but you shall fear your God. Okay.
Right. What does that
mean? What does that mean? You shall not rule over them as slaves. What do you think that means?
You shall not rule over them as the Egyptian masters did to you. It's Egyptian slavery. It has nothing to do with
false. It's saying you are not allowed. It
says it right there in the verse.
No, it's saying you're not allowed to beat these Jews who are your servants that got to be released either after 6 years or on the year of Jubilee. But your Gentile slaves, your chattel property, them you can beat so long as you don't injure them to a certain point or kill them. So that's what he means. You got to treat them differently.
We're in another chapter now. I thought we're in Leviticus 25.
Here's where the cooking climaxes. Come, verse 44. As for your male and female slaves, whom you may have from the nations that are around you, from them you may buy male and female slaves. So from the nations around you, you can buy them as slaves. Moreover, of the children of the aliens who live among you, of them you may buy, and of their families who are with you, which they have conceived in your land, and they will be your property. Chattel slavery. Look, here's where it continues. You may make them.
I'm going to press you on this.
This is the last verse. You may make them an inheritance for your children after you to hold for a possession. Of them you may take your slaves forever.
Okay.
But of your brothers, look here. If you are trying to make the argument that this is not distinguishing between the two, this is the
how can you?
This is the one sentence that cooks you into oblivion. Of them you may take your slaves forever, talking about the Gentiles. But the Gentiles, the children
the
of
ones in 44 or 45?
45 and 44.
So you're saying verse 44 carries into 45 into 46, right?
Here's what you're not getting. Hebrews cannot sell their Hebrew children as perpetual slaves. Gentiles can. That's all this is saying in verse 45. You keep trying to make aliens and temporary residents into slaves. No, you're not. Here, look, this is the sentence. Of them you may take your slaves for how long? Forever. But over your brothers, the children of Israel, you shall not rule over one another with harshness. It is
Again,
making a clear
that's a negative
distinction.
inference fallacy.
It
But
is making a clear distinction
listen,
between
let me
how
respond to
it
you,
is
man. You just
can I
now over
finish?
talking.
It is
Let me
making a
respond.
clear distinction between the Hebrews and the slaves that you take from the nations around you.
Okay, I'm
Two
going to ask a
different laws for two
question one more
different
time.
classes of people.
I'm going to
Go
ask
ahead.
a clarifying question.
I think I made the point. There is
I'm
go
going to
ahead.
show you what the hell you're talking about. So,
Okay,
is
sure.
the same people in verse 44 the same people in verse 45 and 46? Yes or no?
In let me make it clear for you. Verse 44, these are slaves that you can buy from nations among
Are
you. So
they the same people in
not
verse
necessarily,
45?
not necessarily. That's why I got to spell it out for you because I don't see how you're
Not
struggling to grasp this.
necessarily. That
Look,
makes no
yep,
sense.
let me explain it to you. Think about Joseph being bought as a slave. That's verse 44. Verse 45, think about a Gentile who has come into your land and wants to sell one of his children as a slave to you. That's verse 45. Verse 46 is talking about both of these classes of people. So whether it's a person you bought from a Gentile that's sojourning through your land, a child of a Gentile sojourning through your land, or whether you went into a Gentile nation and procured slaves, these you can make an inheritance and pass them to your children to hold
Hey,
as
you
a
gotta let
possession
me talk and respond.
as forever. But
Okay,
for your brothers, you can't treat them like
and
that.
I respond.
I had to spell it out for you.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I want to disprove that. I'm going to show you in verse 47
Mhm.
that not only where they could wax rich, become rich, which debunks any type of chattel slavery,
Again,
but
you're
also
not. These are not slaves, dude. But keep going.
it's the same people mentioned in verse 45 and
No,
verse
verse
46.
45. Who gets to be turned into slaves?
What is an alien in the Hebrew, Don?
What is the 4 words before that? What are the 4 words before that?
I don't care. I'm
You see,
talking
of
about
course you don't
alien.
care because it destroys your
No,
argument.
it
The
doesn't.
children
I'm
of
talking
the
about
aliens.
rather their age is irrelevant right now. I'm talking about the
It's
word.
not about age. It's about the free aliens can sell their own
What is
children as
alien in the Hebrew, Don?
I don't know Hebrew, dude.
It's Toshab.
Okay, so what?
They're the same ones in verse 7. It's a ger
Yeah,
and a
yeah, yeah.
Toshab.
Okay, who are sold as slaves in verse 45? Is it the Tosha?
Yes.
No, it's the children of the Tosha.
Toshab.
Whatever, doesn't matter. I read English. You don't know Hebrew. I don't know why you pretend LARPing like you know
I
Hebrew.
do know
You
enough
can't.
Hebrew to correct you.
No, you don't know
It
Hebrew,
says
dude. You
that
can't speak
the
Hebrew to save your life. If I threw you into
well, demonstrate
Israel
how
in
I'm false.
Jesus'
Go
time,
to Dr. Josh
we couldn't get
Bowen.
around, bro. You don't know
Go
Hebrew.
to
Stop
go to
LARPing.
your
Also, it doesn't matter. Why can't you find a Bible in English to read? Why couldn't God preserve his word in English? Do you not trust the English translation?
English is sufficient, but when you get into
Okay.
details, you need to get into the Hebrew.
No, you shouldn't need that. You shouldn't need that. You should be able to just read the
No,
Bible
you
and
don't.
know what
No,
it says.
no,
You don't
no, you
listen.
don't.
So then you don't think there's a trustworthy. You don't think there's a trustworthy English translation. Cool. All
No,
right.
I
Look.
do. I do think it's sufficient, but to
All right.
be
Listen, dude.
get
This doesn't matter. This a conversation what
to
you're
get
doing
to
right now. It doesn't matter. It's so clear right in front
I'm
of
going
you.
to show
Verse
you another
45.
reason why you're
No, no,
wrong, though.
no. Verse
You didn't
45.
let me finish, man. Come on, aren't you
Verse
going to be?
45 is talking about the
Aren't you going
children,
to be
dude.
neutral here?
All right,
Come on, man.
all right. Hold on. Let's allow each a minute to speak uninterrupted. Let's do a minute. Okay. So praise, go ahead. Or we could do 2 minutes each. What do you fellas want? A minute or 2 minutes? It's up
I
to
would
you.
like 2 minutes because I need to let people see the truth.
All right,
and
2 minutes. 2
okay.
minutes. All right, 2 minutes. Let me put a timer.
Yeah, I know for a fact. The dude you said that ran for you did not run from you, bro. This was
he
easy
did.
work.
He's a coward.
This was easy.
All right, fellas. Let's stick to the topic. Let's
All
be
right, go
professional.
ahead.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So the same people mentioned in verse 45 are mentioned in verse 47. And why is that important? Because these same people can become rich. That is a oxymoron. That can't be true. The two propositions can't be true. So it's that chattel slavery is debunked. But also, I do want to mention something else. That there was something called a indentured service legislation. It means that the Hebrews were sending their own people to the foreigners for service or indentured service legislation, so they could work off debts to the foreigners, and the foreigners would send their people over to Israel. So that shows you that there couldn't be any slavery at all, because God literally himself says that you shall not be sold as slaves in verse 42. But what kind of slavery? Well, let's read it. For they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves. So we're talking about Egyptian slavery. Yes, there was chattel slavery. The Jews were, unfortunately, they were under, what is it, like hundreds of years, they were under the harsh rule of the Egyptians. And God, he's the one that liberated the Jews and stopped any chattel slavery. He didn't like it at all. So he wanted to bring in an equal servitude where everyone has a chance to get themselves out of poverty. That was a big problem in the ancient Near East, of people becoming impoverished and getting into debt enslavement. So most of the times, what it's speaking here of a possession over time is that their contracts would go past 7 years because their debt.
Finish your sentence.
Their debt was irreconcilable. But I'll leave it there. But
all right, Don, 2 minutes.
All right, yeah, this is very simple. I was going to recommend a book for you guys to read. Actually, I don't think this is. I have to double check. I was just looking that up on the side, but here, let me go over back to the verse. So it's very simple here. It's making a distinction. Verse 45. Okay. Here, right? This out of the sons of the sojourners, that is whom you may purchase as chattel slaves and hold perpetually, right? You were just reading out of the W. Here, I'll switch it over to the CSB. I like that more. So Leviticus 25, starting at verse 45. Your male and female slaves are to be born from the nations around you. You may purchase male and female slaves. It's distinguishing from the Israelites, who are not to be sold as slaves at all. So here we see clearly it's distinguishing between the people who you can have as slaves, which are from the nations around you, and the Israelites, who are not to be treated as slaves, but as servants that are indentured for 6 years. So we continue. You may also purchase them from the aliens residing with you, or from their families living among you. Those born in your land, these may become your property. So this is talking about, again, the free Gentiles that came into the land. Their children you can purchase as chattel slavery, even if they were born in Israel. Why? Because they don't have Jewish blood. We continue. You may leave them to your sons after you to inherit as property. See, you can't do that with a Jewish slave, because he would be liberated after 6 years. Do you see that? A Jewish, that's not a long enough time to leave them to your children. I mean, I guess technically, if you got a Jewish slave and you died like the next day or whatever, but it's articulating itself like this, the passages, because it's making the distinction between Gentiles and Jews. You can make them slaves for life. You can make them slaves for life. Hold on. But concerning your brothers, the Israelites, you must not rule over one another harshly. The whole point of it interjecting the sentence, but concerning your brothers, is to make the distinction. You can make them slaves for life. It is not possible, last sentence, to make a Jew a slave for life, because after 6 years, they must be set free. Or after, on the year in Jubilee, they must be set free. But these Gentile slaves, they can be your slaves till the day they die. It's very simple.
Thank you. I gave Don extra time because he started very late with some kind of a book he was trying to show.
Yeah, I wasn't ready to
start. So I'm saying it's still equal time because Don started late. Okay. All right, Praise. As soon as you start, I will start the time. As soon as you start.
Okay, now. So Don,
he started.
Okay, so Don buried himself again. Like he doesn't see the problem that he's created, the contradiction. So verse 44, he admits these are from the nations. But then in verse 45, the children of the aliens, he admitted that these are people converted into Israel. So these are not from the nations. So at the very least, he cannot take 45 and 46 and connect it to verse 44. You can't do it. So he needs to reconcile that contradiction. And
He's
moreover,
already done it several times.
I'm not done, man. Like I didn't interrupt you.
All right.
All
Are
right,
the
praise
rebuttals also 2 minutes, or are they going to be 1 minute? It's usually
whatever you
rebuttals are
guys
half the
decide. I
time.
don't know. You praise you. Let me give you guys 2 more minutes a pop, and then you guys could do rebuttals. Is that
All
what
right.
praise?
Go ahead.
That's fair.
Okay, so then praise, you get an extra 10 seconds to complete your 2 minutes, and then after that, you guys can do 1 minute rebuttals. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Well, so give me about 30 because I was like only 40 seconds in, JP. So give me another minute or so. And I'll
No, of
call it.
course. I said
Oh.
after this. So you're still gonna get your 2 minutes. We
Okay.
have a minute 30 left.
Okay, gotcha. Man. I appreciate that. So yes, there's a contradiction here. How could these people in verse 45 be the same people in 44 when even he says they can't be the same people? So you cannot connect 45 and 46 of verse 44 as per his own translate how he interprets the text. But I'm going to go into property and I'm going to go into possession. So I'm going to show you how this is not inherently foul language because God himself calls himself this. Let's go to Ezekiel 44:28. And this dispels the whole thing. I mean, this is where Don just crumbles into pieces, into nothingness. And it's just a bunch of bull honky and a bunch of nonsense. So this is what Yahweh says. This will be their inheritance. I am their inheritance. You must give them no property in Israel. I am their property. I'm going to tell Don it's impossible for there to be chattel slavery in the first place because God owns the land in Leviticus 25. He owns all people, Psalms 103. If God owns the land and everything and all the peoples in the world, how the hell could the Jews own other peoples when the Jews knew that God owned all people? You got to read the Bible, man. You've been poisoned. Your mind has been polluted by secular scholars.
All right, that's time.
All right, thank you.
So,
Jesus, this
Don,
was
Don,
let me go. Let me cook this dude, bro. That was
okay, but Don,
horrible.
before we do it, so what are we doing now? 1 minute each?
No, 2. You just gave him 2 minutes. You got to give me
Okay,
2
so
minutes
2
now.
minutes, and then the rebuttal is 1 minute each.
Sure, yeah. But this is all I need, right? I'm
All right,
actually
go ahead.
prepared to start this on. All right. So he says,
2 minutes.
this
Go
will
ahead.
be their inheritance. I am their inheritance. You are to give them no possession in Israel. I am their possession. Yeah, Yahweh is calling himself property. Why does that matter? He's calling himself property, just like the slaves are property. But we know that you can't literally own Yahweh like how you can literally own a slave. Also, you believe that God owns everything on this planet right now, don't you? What does God not own? But yet, are you going to say that there weren't ever slaves on the earth? And so, yeah, I don't know. You are really, truly delusional. Maybe it's because, I don't know, you have some kind of moral, like, lens that if you actually realize that slavery was in the Bible, you would deconstruct. And so that's why you're just struggling to understand this. But guys, let me make it super simple for you. When it talks about the children of the slaves, I wish I had the version that you had up just so we could keep this consistent with the same language. In fact, would it be okay? All right, I'll work with NASB, right? It is out of the sons of the aliens, the sons of the sojourners who live as aliens among you, that you may gain acquisition or purchase as slaves, and out of the families who are with you, whom they have produced in your land, begotten, these children of the free sojourners, right? I don't like the articulation here, but but in verse 44, and again, it's talking about the male and female slaves in the other nations. Yes, I already said these are 2 different groups of people. One group are people who are for sale in other nations that you can go and travel to buy. That's 45. You asked me to reconcile this, or actually 44. 45 is free aliens come into your land. They have children. You can buy those children as chattel slaves. And then here is the verse that I don't know how much backflipping you want to do, bro. I mean, it makes it incredibly clear. This last verse here, it uses this explicit language. It says forever, man. It says you are, they become your property. You can make them slaves for life. And then
All
it
right.
says, but concerning,
Finish up.
let me finish. But concerning your brothers, the Israelites, you must not rule over one another, harshly making the distinction. And so there it is, man. I've given you I've clarified your misunderstanding, and it says it right there. You can make them slaves forever, unlike the Israelites.
All right. Well, going forward, now we're gonna do 1 minute. I think Praise had 2, Don had 2, Praise had 2, Don had 2.
Mhm.
So now we can go to 1 minute rebuttals. So essentially, Praise, just you get 1 minute to kind of rebut really quickly, and then Don, you get 1 minute, and then we'll go that way. All right. So Praise, I'm about to pull up your screen, my brother.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Praise, people are asking me, they're harassing me at this point for your book.
Yeah.
Can you tell them where they could buy your book?
Yes, Amazon. I mean, if you want to give me a second,
Do
I'll get
that,
the
do
link.
that at the end of the stream.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Bye. So 1 minute rebuttal. Go ahead.
All right. So I just wanted to show in my book, I'm actually sharing an excerpt, and there's literally J.A. Battle did a word summary of all the words, how they're used. The word property is acquisa throughout the Bible, and he gives a number code. And what you'll see here is not once is movable property used for slaves as acquisa. So, I mean, like if Don wants to speak scholarship, show me something contrary to John A. Battle that would refute what I just showed. So my challenge to you, Don, is to show acquisa how it denotes movable property or slaves. I just showed a source that disproves that. Good luck. You just got debunked again. Go ahead.
No, you're just cherry picking some scholar that agrees with you. I could cherry pick scholars
1
that
minute,
agree
Don.
with me. This was that's not the subject of the debate. The subject of debate is the text, not the opinions of various scholars, and showing that it clearly articulates right here that you can be a slave forever as a Gentile. You cannot if you are a Hebrew. It's that simple. There really is no more back and forth to go. All this is Christian cope. I mean, you can pretend like there isn't a distinction, like you said earlier. Why don't you read the first 3 words before where it says servants? It's because you don't want to acknowledge. Can you put my screen back up, bro?
Yeah.
The children of the strangers, right? Moreover, the children of the strangers that sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land. The children, the children, the children. Why? Because children and women were not seen as people, right? They were property, and they shall be your possession. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever, for the entirety of their lives. Forever doesn't mean 6 years, but over your brethren, the children of Israel. Again, only the children of Israel are your brethren. Ye shall not rule over one another with rigor. They cannot
That's a
be.
minute.
And so that's it. And then the last verse that he tried to reach for, and if a sojourner or a stranger shall become rich by thee, and thy brother that dwelleth by him shall become poor, and sell himself to the stranger or the sojourner by thee, or to the stock of the stranger's family, this stranger, this sojourner here, is this child's parent. Let me help you understand. These people, these non-Jews who are living in Israel as free people, they can sell their children as chattel slaves.
That's 2 minutes.
Hebrews cannot. It's that simple. All right, bro. I mean that should.
Yeah.
be
How
enough.
about this, Praise?
Yeah.
I'll give you a minute to rebut, and then you guys can give a little 2 minute closing statement, and then I guess we could wrap up with that.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. Don, pleasure you coming down here. Praise. give a 1 minute rebuttal, and then both of y'all can have a closing statement, and then I can finally get out of here. All right.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it, JP, taking your time out, man. It means a lot. So here's my 1 minute rebuttal. Again, he's torpedoed his own position. I asked him, well, what makes a slave? And what's the differentiation between someone who converts into Israel as a native foreigner and someone else outside? And he said, someone that has not converted into Israel. Well, you can't use verse 45 and 46 to verse 44. You've torpedoed your own position again. You're inconsistent, Don.
I never said that. You've just.
Let me finish, Don. Let me finish. You
Go
can
ahead.
say it in your closing. Okay. Behold, to Yahweh your God belongs to heaven, the heavens of heavens, the earth with all that is therein. God owns all. So it's patently impossible for the Israelites to own other people because God already owns them. Debunked. Thank you for playing. I hope you repent and come back and done. Jesus does love you more than you could ever know. And with that, I'll end my time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's embarrassing logic, because by that means no Hebrew has any property, but there are many laws in the Torah that protects your property. So just because the God of the Bible owns everything the Hebrews own, technically, metaphorically, the Hebrews had property, right? And they protected there were laws to protect their property in the same way that, yeah, God owns everything on the earth, whatever, but you can have slaves. And as it says right here, over and over again, he can flail around as much as he would like to. I have made the distinctions very clear. It's very, bro, you can't take my thing off the screen.
Oh, my fault. You had scriptures on there, bro?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. You okay, where was I?
Start over.
Okay, yeah.
This is your closing.
Right.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so it's saying quite clearly, of the children of the strangers, right? The strangers, the people who move into Israel. The people who move to Israel, the temporary residents, the aliens, you can buy their children and they will be slaves forever, right? You shall take them as an inheritance property for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen, your slaves forever. Again, that kind of language could never be used with the Hebrews, who have to be released every 6 years or on the year of Jubilee, right? And that's why that language is there. That's why that language is there. I mean, again, he put forth a book. I didn't have a book queued up for you about slavery in the Old Testament. I want to recommend a book because I think this is the right book, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But it doesn't matter, because I've thoroughly shown you that this is talking about chattel slavery. This is talking about two different kinds of people. Hebrews were not allowed to be sold as slaves. They could be servants for 6 years and released on the 7th or on the year of Jubilee. Gentiles, you can go into another nation, you can purchase them as slaves. They can be yours forever. You pass them down to your children. If an alien, a free person, moves to Israel and he has children, they don't have Jewish blood. They're not Israelites. If you want to sell his children as slaves, the text says you can sell them, the children of the sojourners, right? These people you can make slaves forever. But as for your brethren, as for the children of Israel, you shall not rule over them harshly. They cannot be sold as chattel slavery. Chattel slavery is in the Bible. It's plain as day. You can cope all day. That's just your subjective morality that changes throughout the Bible and throughout your religion. So there you go.
All right. So I think that's done. Don, I appreciate you, man. You're welcome to come by anytime. Praying for you. All right.
Oh, I appreciate that.
As a matter of praise, you got your closing statement, right? That's it. You're good.
Kind of. That's I maybe just give me like a short one. I just like to end.
No,
it really
it's either the debate is done or it's not done, bro.
All right. No, yeah.
So we have no.
So
no
praise,
closing
how about this?
statements.
Are you going live after this?
Closing statements.
Praise, are you going live after this?
I can't tell tomorrow. You know why?
Oh, okay, no worries. All right, so then we could just end it here.
All right, y'all. Peace out. All right,
yeah.
JP, that was fun, man. That was fun. All right, praise. Good luck, bro.
Good discussion. I appreciate you having a discussion with me, man.
Yeah,
it was passionate. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro. Peace out, guys.
All right, take care, Don.
Take care, man.
All right, Praise. You don't have a second channel?
Well, kind of. It's dudes, but but
All right,
I'm gonna.
never mind.
Can you give me or can you give me a wrench really quick? Because I want to share the link. If you could.
Yes, I thought you was a mod already. I don't know what happened.
What's going on, JP? Are you turned on me, bro?
No. I didn't do that. I didn't
Let
do
me
that.
know if when you get the wrench, because I'll share the.
All right, give me a second. All right, give me 1 second. Everybody be respectful, be respectful. They had a conversation. All right, give me a second. Dang it. How do I do this? Bro, I don't see your comment. Did I block you?
Oh.
Oh, shoot. I put you on timeout. Hold on. All right. All right, Praise. I made you a moderator. That was a good conversation. I'm going to actually, this is what I typically do for those of you guys. So what I end up doing, bro, the link is too big, bro.
Oh man, I wonder why they made it so long. The stupid link, stupid.
Hold on. Oh wait. Send it to me. Maybe I could post it. Send it to me.
Okay.
Text it to me. Is this the book you sent me for free, Praise?
Yeah.
Oh wow, appreciate you, my brother.
Anytime, bro. Anytime.
Send me the link. Oh wait, there was a first link that worked. There was a first link, but the second link didn't work. So let me hold on. Let me help you out with that. Okay. Shoot. I don't even know how to pin crap around here. All right.
All right, I sent the. Oh, it's still long though, man. So either way, it's gonna be long.
No. I pinned the short one for the thing.
Oh, okay.
Now there was a book Don was recommending. I want to read it just so that I can get both perspective and sharpen myself up a little bit. Hold on. All right, it's the link that I added. Praise. It's already February 13th. You sure you can't?
It's evening, unfortunately.
Oh, that's frustrating.
I would have loved to go live after this because I would have just freaking went through every part exhaustively and destroyed that. But I'll build tomorrow. Actually,
Well, it was a
I'm gonna
good
do more depth
conversation.
tomorrow.
It was
I mean,
a good
tonight.
conversation.
Yeah.
No, it was a good conversation. I enjoyed it from the both of you fellas. You both fellas, y'all brung it in. Y'all kept it respectful. You both got heated, but you guys kept it respectful. So it was a good conversation. So what I typically do is that I take every debate that I see, witness, or anything, I download the transcript, and after downloading the transcript, I run it through ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT tells me who made the stronger arguments. So that's something that I do. So I
Oh, wow.
actually pay for ChatGPT. I pay for it. I pay monthly for it. So what I do is that I'll take the transcript. So I'll download the video, or somebody said ChatGPT is terrible. It's not. It actually is very good because you download the transcript, you put the transcript in, and it gives you point by point analysis on who made the better arguments. So there are times where I've gotten cooked against multiple kind of positions, and there are times when I've cooked them. Like there are just conversations that I didn't get the best out of somebody. ChatGPT says my arguments were weak, and this is why they were weak, and things of that sort. So ChatGPT is actually excellent. I had a
love
discussion.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, I had a discussion with Nick Norelli, and I'm not gonna say what the discussion is. You can go check on JP Uncut Part 2. Oh, there goes Young Don there. But it's interesting because I went on. I'll send you the report, Don. I'll send you the report. But I went on ChatGPT because I debated this guy named Nick Norelli, and
Oh yeah, I know Nick. Yeah.
Yeah, I ran it through the ChatGPT, and it gave me all of the notes on where I was weak, where Nick was strong, who made the stronger arguments, who made the fallacies, who lied, not lied, but who was inaccurate, right? And so then I copied the report. I was like, this is good. I sent it to Nick. I was like, Nick, this is where you could get a little stronger. This is where I could get stronger. Now we got to deep a little bit better. So, you know, I thought Don was a mod on my channel. What the heck is going on around here? Praise, you were for sure a mod on this channel, were you not?
I know what's going on, man.
I don't know. I do not know. I'm telling you, I don't know. I do not know. I could have sworn Don was a mod. But anyways, what I'm gonna do is what I'm gonna probably do is I'm gonna download the transcript, run it through ChatGPT, see which one of you guys was butchering the Bible, see which one of you guys was accurate, not accurate, and you know, um, praise. This is my lady. She's trolling you. Praise. JP took you off as a mod. Trolling you. But anyways, as I was saying, so I'm gonna definitely run that through ChatGPT. I'll send you both the reports. Once I get the reports, I'll send it. I'm gonna have to. This video is too long, so I'm gonna have to cut it up, and I'm gonna upload your discussion on a private channel because I don't really care to cut this up in sections. I'm gonna just leave this as is, but I will keep the portion of your discussion with Young Don. Then I'm gonna download the transcript, and then I'm gonna let y'all know how y'all did. I'm gonna send y'all that thing.
Sweet, man. Can't wait.
Yeah, bro, I've gotten cooked on some debates, man. I really have. But I also have cooked a lot of people. So it's good because it tells you your weak points and it tells you your strong points. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. This guy said ChatGPT is gonna say it's owned by Satan when it gives me the dub. Well, hey, you know what? It's pretty interesting. Yeah, no, Apologia Center. You got to check it out, my brother. I've gotten cooked a lot, brother, but I've cooked also a lot of people. It actually breaks down your debate style. It actually breaks it down. There was a particular debate I had where it said I didn't win with some of the key points that I made, but I won with rhetoric. I was like, well, dang, I ratted myself out of a victory. I ratted myself into a victory. You know what I'm saying? So it actually it keeps that all into account, which is very interesting. It says, "Oh, JP, you have excellent rhetoric. You can really sway a crowd, but you got beaten such and such, such and such. But you were able to persuade the crowd with this rhetoric, and you had a good point." And it also tells you who talked more. So, for example, my debate with Smart Christian's channel on Once Saved, Always Saved, it said that I lost it, right? It said, "Oh, I lost it," but it said that I spoke 20% and Corey spoke 80%. And so who the heck is going to win that? You know what I'm saying? When it's 80% to 20% talking. And that's exactly what happened in that Once Saved, Always Saved debate I had with Corey. Corey spoke 80%, I spoke 20%, and I was on Corey's channel. So ChatGPT broke that down as well. And it said, I spoke 20%. Now, who the heck can win a debate speaking 20%? That's impossible. It's impossible. And it didn't even say I got smoked. It said that I still held my own, but again, it was 80 to 20. And then I ran a bunch of Radar apologetics debates. Radar has not lost a debate yet, but there are debates that he has won with the skin of his teeth. So the debate he had against Kingdom and Context, ChatGPT said he won, but it said that he won by the skin of his teeth. But he nevertheless won. He nevertheless won. So I sent it to Radar. I said, Radar, this is a good tool so you can refine your weaknesses. And so Radar actually broke that down, and he said that so it's interesting. It's really interesting. It's a good tool. It's not the end all be all. Let me be very clear, but it is a good tool. It helps you refine your arguments, refine your points. It's very good. All right. So, anyways, I guess with that, I posted the book, Kingdom and Context. You should see your discussion with Radar on ChatGPT. You should see that conversation you had. That was actually very good. Like ChatGPT broke down the outline, your strong points, all of that. But anyways, with that said, I'm out of here. So praise, I appreciate you, brother. Take care, my brother. I will send you and Don the report once I'm finished. Okay.
Can't wait, man. God bless. Have a good one, JP.
And God bless. Oh, let me read some of these super chats. God bless you. Somebody said I already addressed this live. God bless you as well, Zugi. God bless you. God bless you. Yeshua is the Lord. God bless you. God bless you, Zugi. Michaels. God bless you. I appreciate the support. I appreciate the super chat, my brother. Muhammad, Don, how do you know you were burdened with living on upright life? You just missed your sin. All right. I think Don kind of explained this when I was talking to him. Don, come back. We love you. He still has grace for you, John. I said John. Don, just as you once told us your words were true back then, praying for you. Let's be honest. Anyone who uses the excuses to leave the faith just love their sin more than God. Okay. JP, read Exodus 21:16. Oh, my brother, I'm so sorry. I missed it. In 1 Timothy chapter 1, 8, 10, Paul puts man stealers. And somebody said man stealers. That's funny. In the same category as sinners. Amen. Plug homie's book, JP. I did that. Up your IQ, Don. Your pride is weak. Let's be nice now. Let's be nice. Get some food for staying up so late. Thank you, my brother, but unfortunately, I am on a diet. Yeah. Here goes my lady making fun of my hairline. I think with that, I gotta get going. All right. Let me end the stream.